that we be about the business of getting things done. And we have to start working now for the midterms that are coming. And I'm so serious when I say it is time to hold absolutely every single person accountable.
All right. Hello, folks. What's up, Palestinian? Good to see you on this Wednesday morning. Um, Good morning, Butter's house. I see all your explanation points. How are you? You okay? Yeah. So obviously, there's a lot to talk about, right? As we take a look at these, hey Miranda, as we look at these midterm results that are not midterms, but these primary results that are coming in. What's up, Drew? Obviously, there's a lot to talk about. And I we will talk about Cori Bush. We will talk about some other things. We must, however, I think, start the day with a conversation about Michigan, right? What's up, Blue Honey Pot? Good morning, Catherine. Good morning, Joy. Yeah, it is an early morning, Conchita. It is. So, listen, I have been ditching therapy for the last few weeks. I cannot do that today, and so I needed to get started early so that I can end early and be ready at one. What's up, Nancy? Hey, Laura. Good to see you guys over on the Tube of You. It is. Good morning, Amy. What's up, Red Hot? Jennifer, Lisa. I think I said Conchita already. Hey, Niall. I'm trying to see who else I did or didn't say hi to. I think I got Catherine in there. Good morning, Tim. How are you? I just made your morning. So you saw the post in Discord, I'm guessing. I'm guessing you saw the post in Discord. So yeah, when I first was up this morning, they were still saying it was in a very narrow race, that it was too tight to call, and all of that. And shortly after I kind of got set up and ready for my reading and meditation time, that is when I saw them say NBC News. I'm usually up at 5, Lisa, especially now that the kids are back in school. But you know, once I saw NBC News call it, I was like, okay, so it looks like they are starting to call it, and it's a very slim margin, right? I'm not sure at this point if anybody else has called it yet, but let's take a. I'm using my Michigan mug today, in the spirit of celebrating this particular primary, so we can talk about it, right? I just want to see. Geez, oh Pete, y'all. Um, yeah. So what I'm seeing is NBC News has called it. No one else has called it, though, it seems, except for NBC News. If I would like to say that if NBC News has called it, it's because they've crunched the numbers extremely hard, and everybody else is just being abundantly cautious. You know what I mean? But who's to say? I don't really know. But that's what they're saying. NBC News has called it. They said that Abdul Al Sayed wins. Everyone else is saying that he maintains a lead and it's too close to call, even as things are counted. Appreciate you, Nene. Yeah, yeah, I know, but we see that. You got a text from the campaign saying you won. We love that. Well, I think that's because NBC News also called it, right? Good morning, Carla. I know it's early, everybody. I know it's early, everybody, but a couple of things. So, number one, hello, Mr. Longlegs. A couple of things. Um, First of all, I need to be done at 1 o'clock today, no matter what. So that's number one. I got to do that. Number two, um, I'm thinking that I might need to shift things to 9 a.m., but we shall see as we get into the school year and see how things go. Um, so Lynn, that's not very nice. So let me just explain the space that you're in. So while this is a progressive space, we tend to not like group people in groups and talk horribly about people. Are you everywhere? I will be in and out. I am everywhere, Carla. I am everywhere. I am. I'm God. No, I'm just kidding. I am, when you ask me, am I everywhere? I am on Facebook, YouTube, Substack, Twitch, and TikTok. I'm glad you guys caught the humor in that because I was like, I'm about to offend somebody, but it was just really funny. Are you everywhere? Yes, I am. I am omnipresent. No, but I am across all the platforms. So yeah, so that was just, it was funny to me. Sorry. What's up, M Tom? Good to see you over there on TikTok. So appreciate that. Love you back. All right. So yes, I'm drinking some tea with some honey. Yep, I'm on Substack too. Did I not say Substack? I'm on Substack too. All right. So let's talk about it. Because yesterday I talked about what this was going to look like. Is that our Joanne, like from like 2024, like old school Joanne, or is this a new Joanne? Who is this? I'm trying to scroll up to see all the comments. I don't know. I can't see. Oh, yeah, no, she's not our Joanne. I got you. So yeah, let me just tell you all something, okay? So I'm not getting into this debate about whether Joe Biden has dementia, whether Donald Trump has dementia. That's just not the topic of conversation. And I really don't give a shit about Biden at all. It is 2026. He is not the president of the United States. And I'm going to focus on what is in the present moment. Okay, so if you're new here, let me just level set for a second. If you're new here, let me explain the space that you are in and how we do things. Appreciate you, tech lady. So I ask for 4 things in this space, and they're not very difficult. I ask that people be respectful. I ask that you not use slurs of any kind. If you use a slur, I don't care who it's towards, you will be muted and booted from my space. Number 3, don't spam my comments. If you got something to say, even if you want to say like, I love Donald Trump, that's fine. Just don't say it 5, 6, 7 times because it's not good for the algorithm and it clogs up my chat. And then last but not least, don't type in all caps. I have folks in this community that are vision impaired. All caps are reserved for those individuals and my moderators. What's up, Dugald? So if I'm just saying, yeah, so I want to be clear. All right. Yes, Mr. Beans. NBC News has called it. And I think some other outlets are beginning to call it. So, yeah, it does look like, and it was a very slim margin. This was a very close race. But it does look like Abdul El Said has defeated Haley Stevens in the Michigan primary. And I think that begs this question. Does this signal a shift for AIPAC? Because $40 million is a lot of fucking money to lose on a primary, and yeah. So no, Oogie. This is what I'm saying is NBC News has already called it. Stop, Titan. My cat is in the way. Move, please. I'm drinking tea. You can't have it. You don't even like it. His little nose is twitching. Yeah, you got to move, buddy. Please don't put your ass down right there. There's no room. I know you're not comfortable because there's no room, buddy. There's no room, baby cakes. Go curl up beside Mila. Let me once again, I'm just checking. So right now, let me just share everybody because I want everybody to just understand where we are. Right now, NBC News has said that he wins. Okay, NBC News is projecting that he's gonna win, and they called it 4 hours ago. Okay, everybody else is saying he's still in the lead. However, it's too close to call. That's what everybody else is saying. So, so my last count for the primaries was 40 million, but that was like right towards like the end. But I don't know. So let me just be clear. Y'all hold on because y'all got a lot of damn questions coming all at the same time. So, And I think this is one of the reasons why they're calling the way they're saying. So Wayne County, which is Michigan's largest county, is still counting votes. It's a very, so let me just tell you what they're saying. They're saying that it's almost impossible for her to close the gap with what's left, right? Yeah, I know, Alex. I know he did. And so the rest of the ballots are coming down from the 70 million total is from all PACs. Gotcha. Yeah, so I'm talking specifically about AIPAC, right? Right. And so they are saying there's not enough votes out there that would give her the ability to close. Listen, this is the largest. So can we talk about, okay, so let me just say this, okay? Let me say a couple things, you guys. I know everybody's excited and everybody's got a lot to talk about. Well, so no, AIPAC is not American citizens. AIPAC is a PAC. Like it's an organization, Jason. Yeah. So I want to be clear. When I say AIPAC, that's because it is an actual like organization. Okay. That is different than US citizens across the country. So AIPAC does not represent everybody in the country. So I will continue, but thank you, Jason. So a couple of things this morning. Okay. Good gosh, y'all are real wild this morning. So take a deep breath, people. It's okay. We're going to be all right. We're going to have this conversation. Even folks that disagree with me, we're going to have this conversation and it's going to be just fine. Okay. So couple of different things about where we are with this particular race. We're going to go through all of them. Cori Bush lost, right? And so that for me, I was not happy. I was not happy that Cori Bush lost. I think that there are going to be some issues because of that. So we're going to talk about that as well. I know that a couple of you all, let me just listen. Some of you guys are going to have a really difficult time today focusing, but I'm going to ask you to focus, especially, ignoring certain things that are in the chat. Just put your blinders on and let's have the conversation. Okay. So, it is, I can't help but smile. I'm just going to be really, honest about this. I can't help but smile. And the reason I can't help but smile is number one, I'm excited to see a shift in the country and in the Democratic Party and in the turnout and the activity and votership, right? To see so let me just listen, let me say this, okay? NBC News has called that Abdul has won. Everyone else is saying he has the lead, and Haley's ability to close that gap is very, very narrow. And so that's kind of where we are. Okay. My whole thing is I look at this a couple of different ways. So remember how I talk about there's different ways to measure wins and what wins look like and how wins show up. So first, let me just say this. The fact that they blew past every other record for primary turnout is a win. Y'all hear me? When you have 1.5 million people turn out for a primary election, that is a win, right? A huge, ginormous, incredible win. What have I done? I've unplugged myself somewhere, folks. Give me a second. And so I look at that as being the first the first part, right? Because one of the things that that has happened is that whenever you have, hold on, you guys, I'm trying to get myself together, and I might have to switch cords. Ha, there we go. All right. Oh, some of you guys are really not well informed, but we're going to get there. Okay. All right. So, one of the things that has happened in this country over time is this disengagement from the political process. Too many people not participating, not voting, not being in the middle of things, right? And so for me, when I look at this Michigan primary race and I see record turnout, that is a beautiful thing. Regardless of who wins, that's an incredible thing because that means more and more of the country is represented. More and more of the country is participating in the process. More people are in tune and wanting to be to be involved in choosing their representation, and that is a win. So Ferris, yes. So when we look at so let me just be clear. I'm going to keep saying it this way, because I believe this is the responsible way to say it. Okay. NBC News has called it. Okay. The other outlets have not called it yet. What they are saying is that he does in fact have the lead, and her ability to close that gap is very, very narrow. But that's what the rest of everybody else is saying. So we're going to talk about all of those things, and go from there. All right. So, good morning, Eric. How are you feeling today, friend? So, the reason why my prompt says what it says, and it says, does this signal a shift for AIPAC, the Democratic Party, and or the American people, right? I think it symbolizes a shift for all three of those things. And I think that it symbolizes a shift for all three, especially if Abdul has won, right? And even if not. But I do believe, number one, I think he's won. But I believe it is a shift for all three, and for different reasons and in different ways. And so we're going to talk about that, and I'm going to bring people up to the panel. Now, if you are new to my space, please do me a favor and put a 1 in the chat. This is really important, folks, so try to focus. If you are new, please put a 1 in the chat. Okay. First of all, welcome new people. Glad to see you in here. Love that you're dropping by. Hope that you hit the follow button and stick around. I'm going to share with you, good morning, what I do in this space, because it might be different than what you're used to in some of their lives. So we have sometimes very intense conversations in here, very passionate. Sometimes people disagree and they agree. It just depends. But the conversations that we have are rooted in facts, because facts are important, right? Facts really do matter. And your opinion, I respect your right to have an opinion. It doesn't mean that I have to necessarily respect your opinion. If your opinion is not rooted in fact and grounded in evidence, and if your opinion is despite facts saying otherwise, then yeah, I might respect you as a human being, and I might respect your right to have an opinion. It doesn't mean that I will respect your opinion. Oh, I love that. Love that, Pickles Mama. So anyway, so when I bring you up to the panel, I'm going to ask that you, number one, put yourself on mute until I get to you, because I kind of like to keep things clean and ready to go. Ferris, hope you're getting better. Two, just be respectful. Don't use slurs of any kind, folks. Not for or against any team. I just don't get down like that in this space. Okay. Three, don't spam my comments. So don't say the same thing over and over and over again. What's up, Attorney Di? And then last but not least, don't type in all caps, because I have folks in my community that are visually impaired, and so all caps are reserved for those folks and my moderator. So just be respectful of people with disabilities. That's it. So just act like a decent human being, and we'll be just fine. Okay. So let's talk about it. I'm going to go ahead and bring up some folks to the panel. Oof. While I do that, you like the oof? While I do that, in the chat on Twitch and YouTube, you will see a link that I just posted. If you would like to join the panel from those platforms, you can do so using that link that I just put in there. Okay. So feel free to click that. TikTok, you know how to join. There's this request box right here. And there's also a pink and blue, like little person outline down there. You can request that way. When I bring you up, put yourself on mute until I get to you, please. Join the panel. Facebook, your link is now in the chat as well. So we are all good to go and ready to get this thing rocking and rolling and have some conversation, okay? All right. So lots of folks that I don't know, but that's cool. I like to see new people, new faces. Just try to remember my guidelines, folks. That's it. We can have a very robust conversation. Just remember the guidelines, please, and please. All right. First up, Mr. DJ.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. As soon as I said your name, in my head, I heard, Mr. DJ, come on, turn the music up. But anyway, that's my brain does. My brain does music and movies all the time. And so as soon as I said Mr. DJ, I was like, anyway, good morning. How are you?
I am good. I am actually I'm a professional mobile DJ on the side of my regular job. And I get that thing a lot from a lot of people that see my profile and I'm singing that song. Okay, so I know that.
Yeah.
You need my age or anything, ma'am?
So what? No, I usually will ask like, what's your age for TikTok purposes, but I can hear that you sound like you're 18 or older, so I'm fine.
Oh yes, I'm very far away from 18. That's the dog one, sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, did you say that there was like over 1 million people that voted in the Michigan primary?
Yeah. So hold on, let me get back to the article that I was just looking at. So let me see if I can find it. Yes. So listen at this. More than 1.5 million ballots have already been counted as of 6:30 this morning, and that is blowing past the turnout record for any non-presidential Democratic primary in Michigan, going back to at least 1998.
Okay, so if you remember back during the Senate primary in Texas, where Tallarico and Dan Costa were going for the nomination, they also had over 1 million people vote in that primary.
Yes.
Okay, so what that tells me is this, okay, this is a primary. What is to come in the midterms? Okay, that is like, the midterms are not really a big thing, but I think this year they are going to be because of what's happening with regarding primaries and Democratic candidates. And I'll say this, okay, I'm not going to go on. I am glad to see, okay, Democratic, progressive, and socialists that are getting on the ticket and they all win. It is time for those individuals to rise to power. I think the old guard, if you know what I'm talking about, regarding the Democratic Party for the last 30 years, people are recognizing what these representatives that are trying to win office in the House of Representatives, what they value. They have the right message going on. They have exactly the right message. They're talking about energy, healthcare, the state of the economy, women's reproductive rights. And I said, healthcare also. They are hitting all the buttons that Americans are wanting to hear. That's why these numbers are so big. That's why these candidates are winning.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good thing going forward for the rest of the country. But we have these people in place. We know that a majority of them are going to vote on legislation that is going to
be good for working class
people in a positive way. So, I mean, that's just a strong sign of what things to come in like in 90 days.
90 days until these midterms. Yeah. And here's the thing that gets me excited. I don't really, so like for me, I use the word progressives as like a catch-all, right? I do believe that because I think within the Democratic Party, there are individuals that would be considered progressive and kind of liberal and whatever. What's up, Katsmandu? I also think that within the Democratic Party, you have the establishment Dems. That's what I call them, right? So you have establishment Democrats and you have establishment Republicans. And then you have folks that are ready to change and shake that up. And we saw that within the Republican Party when the Tea Party took over the Republican Party and it became MAGA. And you see that now because there are other progressives that are now on the ballots that are challenging the establishment, and the people desire change. And so I said this a while back. The harder that they push towards this extremism on the right side of things, right? The harder they push with ICE, the harder they push with some of the other things, right? The harder they push, this is going to be the effect, right? More important people are going to say, absolutely not, you're going too far. And I think this is what's happened in the last 2 to 5 years. Well, starting with the first administration, but really people didn't see it. People didn't see it as much until the second administration. And so that's really amazing. So yeah. So no, I appreciate that. Yeah, I am early this morning. I'm into my tea. And so it partially is because of this and because I have a hard stop at 1, Jeff. I say that. I'm supposed to have a hard stop at 1. Anyway, but yeah. So no, I agree, DJ. And I think it's going to be incredible to see. I think having over 1.5 million votes counted by 6:30 this morning is absolutely incredible in Michigan. And it's going to be interesting to see what the Michiganders end up doing in the midterms in just 90 days. So yeah. Anything else you want to add?
Let me ask you this, okay? What do you think of Charlie Bull's chances of winning the celebration title?
So this is how I know you're new to me. Okay, so I don't pretend to be Miss Cleo or a like I can't see into the future. I couldn't tell you. Here's what I will say is that if there is massive progressive voter turnout, he will win. It is just like, so here's my thing, folks. It's just like Hungary, and I keep talking about this all the time. You would have thought there was no way to get rid of Viktor Orban, right? He'd been a dictator for years. He'd rewritten the Constitution. He gerrymandered the hell out of the country. And when they had 80% voter turnout, they sent his ass packing, right? And so that's what will be the determining factor is how bad do the people want it? And that will be what dictates it. So we'll see.
I agree. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see. So I think he's starting to get, I think he's starting to get on the right track when it comes to having very direct conversations and things to say with regard to Jasmine and all of that. So I think that's also important. So why is this? I don't even know what this is. So yeah. So I think that he's getting on the right track. He's been very direct, and he has said, "Hey, keep Jasmine's name out your mouth." Things that he needs to say, and he's got to continue down that path for the next 90 days. But we will see. Yeah, but no, I appreciate you. Thank you for joining and being in the conversation.
Oh, no problem, man.
All right, have a good one. So again, let me give you all just a reminder. Y'all try to stay focused in the chat. There are people that are here, number one, that aren't really people. They're bots. They're not real. It's just bots. Good morning, Mama. This in here to kind of rile you up and get you and whatever. So don't be rage baited today, please. Like kind of, just rise above, if you will. Second, if you disagree with me, which is fine, you can do that. I would invite you to join the panel and have a conversation, right? I love to have robust, respectful conversations that are rooted in fact, and all of that. So, you know, feel free. Okay. Um, and yeah, right. And so this is something for everybody to understand that do y'all remember what this app was like before the 2024 presidential election? Because I do. I remember the and the all of the shit that was on this app. So like, don't be surprised by that. Okay. Just literally ignore it and keep going. Right. That's it. Yeah. Wow. Crazy work, but it's great. Okay. So, the reason, so somebody asked me why Mike Rogers has zero votes, 0% percentage is it's an uncontested race. So no one was against him. So there was no need to do anything. That's why it says 0 over there, because there was nobody contesting it. He was the only person running. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna bring some more folks to the panel. While I do that, put yourself on mute until I get to you. And Tudor, James, what would you like to say this morning? James.
Can you give me a minute?
Yep, go back on mute. I got you. Good morning, Dugald, my friend. How are you?
Good morning. I am good. How are you, sir?
I am fantastic.
I am. Oh, that's a fun gift.
I know. That's a very fun one. Yes.
I just want to say, like, I'm super excited that this trend is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Because to be quite honest, it's nice after seeing Mom Dani work for a little while now that DSAs can get shit done.
Yeah.
And which is what Democrats have been screaming for fucking how long now?
A long time. A long time.
We need fighters and people who are actually going to do the fucking work, and
yeah,
they're doing it, and it's amazing to see. I, for one, am super excited that this is the trend.
Yeah,
I think we're tired of the establishment. I think we're tired of the DNC running the shit the way they do.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're tired of the RNC running shit the way they do.
Yep.
I think we're tired of all the bullshit. I
100%.
think it's finally happening.
Yeah.
Finally.
Yeah.
That's my take on it. It seems to me it's finally happening.
I agree. And here's my thing. I think that people have gotten wise as to, because people are like, I kind of listened to Fetterman's interview with Jon Stewart. And and when he was like, well, run under your own. So listen, this has always been the thing about the Democratic Party, is that it is an umbrella and there are people on every side. And it's the same thing in the Republican Party, right? So you don't have to agree with everything that everybody in your party supports. Like, this is the United States of America. And so I think, personally, I can't wait until his ass is on the ballot, which is going to be in 2028. So he can say he can go ahead and take his ass on home too. But yeah, so here's my thing. And I just want to be clear about something. For me, the same way that I am not attached to, I'm not a registered Democrat. Like, I'm not a member of the Democratic Party. That's the same way I feel about the DSA. Because I don't like labels. I think that when you put a label on yourself, it pigeonholes you into what the representatives of that party have to say. And I might not agree with everything. So that's one of the reasons why I talk about being a progressive populist, and the way that I feel about progressive policies, and what I feel about what's good for working class people.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm happy with progressives running as Democrats, whether they are part of the DSA, whether they're just Democrats, whether they're just like, I'm a progressive and I support socially progressive policies, right? And so I'm running, and this is the umbrella that I'm running on, right? So yeah, so that's my thing.
And that's kind of how I am too. Like I'm only registered. I'm only registered.
Are you unstoppable?
Yeah, there you go. I'm unstoppable. I'm only registered Democrat just so I could get into the primaries and vote for the people who do those kinds of things. I genuinely would rather not have a party affiliation at all.
Yeah.
If it were up to me, because most of these people, I don't like them.
Yeah.
I don't like most of these people
And
because they stab you in the back with the first chance they get to pull a little bit of money, especially from AIPAC.
Yeah, baby.
And then we're all sitting here like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm. Can you have a what? Okay, in a little bit. Okay, it's still, yeah. What are you looking at? Okay, get something. So yeah, and this is my thing. So not every state requires you to be registered. I don't know if you all know this or not, but not every state requires that you be registered as a Democrat or a Republican to vote in the primary. Some do, some don't. So the Hill just said Abdul al-Sayed is projected to defeat Haley Stevens. So the Hill just said it. In addition to and NBC said it like 4 hours ago. But I'm looking I'm watching to see as everybody else updates theirs as well. But yeah, so we're gonna see what happens. Yeah, so no, I'm with you. And yeah, I mean, NBC called it, you guys, at 5:30 this morning.
Yeah, I thought that was crazy how fast they did that. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, listen, here's what I think. I think that that they were on top of it like 100% of the time, and we're ready to do the calculating. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right that this is a turn for AIPAC, because I think after what Israel has been doing and it being so front and center, especially because of social media exposing what's really going on over there, because journalism is not allowed over there. You can't be a journalist and go there and show us anything. So social media has really shown it, and AIPAC has really taken a dip for it. I'm super excited about that.
Yeah, 100%.
You know me, I'm all about money out of politics, period. Like, especially from super PACs and corporations, all that kind of shit. But AIPAC especially, because this don't sit right with me. It never has sat right with me. This shit needs to stop.
Right.
It really needs to stop.
100%.
And these people sound like they're going to do it, and that's what I'm all on board for.
Yeah.
That's what I'm on board for.
Yeah, 100%. I'm excited, like I said, to see this, and I'm excited at the level of engagement that I'm seeing in politics, that I'm seeing in actual elections, because it's been a long time.
Yeah, it has been. People used to realize it was a civic duty and a thing you had to do, and now everybody's just like, meh. And that has to do with money being in politics. That has everything to do with it.
Yes. So did you know that, we talked about this the other day when we were talking about the Disclose Act. And then it was introduced again this year, but it was just introduced and nobody did anything with it. And it really frustrates me. And I think that is something that we, the people, need to put back to the forefront. That this is a thing that needs to happen, so that people have some transparency in terms of who's putting the money behind elections. Appreciate you, Jacob. So appreciate you, DeGold. You feel free to hang around, or I can drop you, either one.
I'll hang out for a minute.
Okay, cool. Fledge, good morning, and how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I am fantastic. What would you like to share this morning?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel I'm pretty safe in my house. Don't you like safety? Do you like safety? Do you like being in your house and being safe?
I'm not sure what your house has to do with the conversation. Do you want to elaborate?
Well, because I've listened to DSA. They say healthcare for all. Never once mention anything about safety. In fact, if you listen to their platform, it's actually the opposite of safety. No prisons, no borders, no police. So how is that safety? So I don't care. You can have all the money in the world, but you can't spend it when you're not here or you're not protected. Your business won't be protected. Yeah.
So let's share. Let's talk about it. Okay. So one of the things that when the DSA talks about those things, and I think, let me ask you a question. Would you and I agree that a singular line, right, doesn't outline an entire policy? Can you and I agree with that? and that a one-liner, right, doesn't represent the entirety of a policy.
No, they said that's their plan.
No,
That's not a one-liner.
Fledge, hold on a second. I'm asking a question. If you could answer my question, then we can continue in the conversation. Can you and I agree that a one-line sentence, right, doesn't outline the entirety of a policy?
Yeah, it doesn't outline their plan. Yes.
Okay, it doesn't outline the entire policy, right?
Yes.
Right, great. So when we talk about things like prison systems and immigration and border security or ICE or any of those different things, one of the things that I think is not wise is to use kind of one-liners that go to either extreme. Okay, I just don't think it's beneficial. So I think it's a better idea to talk about what we actually want to do to ensure that there's a reduction in the need for prisons, and also to deal with the for-profit prison system. So, are you a fan of the for-profit prison system specifically?
No. What I heard them say is like you just basically walked into it like a utopia. We hope people don't commit crime.
No.
We are criminals.
Who did you hear say that? Who did you hear say that?
You were just getting ready to say it.
No, I didn't. No, don't tell me what I was. Hold on, Fledge. Don't tell me what I was getting ready to say. I said exactly what I intended to say. And I'm asking you specifically, who did you hear say that thing that you just claimed?
Author that supports the DSA. It was in an interview last night. And several say it's like a utopia.
Wait, stop. Hold on.
Megan Romer, the co-chair of the DSA.
And what did you hear? What did you hear them
She
say?
said, one day we hope that their plan is that we're not going to need prisons.
Wait.
People.
Nope.
So one day that we hope.
Right. So that's the thing, Fledge. Nope.
That's
Hope.
utopia, though.
No, listen. Hoping and plans are not the same thing. I mean, let me ask you a question, Fledge. Would you not hope for a world in which all children were fed?
Yeah, they should be fed.
Okay, great, but we don't have that right now, right? So if I say, hold on, Fledge. So if I say,
Fledge, my guy.
listen, so if I say, I hope that one day there's a world where all of the children in this country are fed. That might sound like utopia, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't make plans to help achieve that goal, right? And so I think there's a difference, and it's important when we listen to not listen through some lens that already has decided what something means and what it doesn't mean, right? So when you talk about the for-profit prison system, the question that I asked you was, are you a fan of the for-profit prison system?
I'm a fan of prison, period.
But are you a fan of the for-profit prison system?
Yes.
So can you share with me?
If they make money, I don't care.
Can you share?
I don't care if they make money.
Okay. So can you share with me? So
they deserve to be in prison.
Well, for fuck's sake, can you share with me, Fledge? What is it about the for-profit prison system that you like?
I said I'm for any prison.
No, but I specifically asked you about a for-profit prison system. And the reason I ask you that is because there is a specific goal behind a for-profit prison system. So what I'm asking you specifically is, what do you like about the for-profit prison system?
I just like people being in prison that deserve to be there. I don't care if someone make money.
Okay, so can we talk about that then? Can we talk about that? Because so do you know how for-profit prison systems work?
Not necessarily, but
okay. Okay, great. Well, so hold on though, because it might, Fledge. It might. So follow me. Let's just say that I own a for-profit prison system. And I come to your state and I say to your state, let's have a contract for me to build a prison in your state. And this is how much revenue we can generate together if we build this prison system, right? And then we can create laws, right? That and mandatory minimums, and all different types of scenarios to make sure that we get enough people to fill this prison so that we can make money. Do you think that that should be the goal? Because follow me, if the goal is to build a prison, that means you have to fill it because you're obligated to, in order to generate a certain amount of revenue. And then you create laws and over policing in order to put people in those prisons, right? So do we want a system that is focused on creating more prisons, creating more laws to put more people in prison? Or would you rather have a system, right, where it looks at what causes people to commit crime, right? Because there are various things that cause people to commit crime. So
can I elaborate on this one?
Hold on, Jay, 1
I don't
second.
think it matters.
But here's the thing, Fledge. I think it does, and let me share with you why I think it does. So if I am dealing with a dad, for example, and that dad is in trouble because that dad robbed a store, and let's just say that dad robbed the store because the dad needed medication for the dad's kids, okay, and the dad didn't have either the money, the health insurance, or the access to the medication to save their kid's life, right? Do you believe that matters or it does not?
No, it doesn't matter because there's other options. You can go to doctors, ask them for samples.
No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. Fledge.
How are you going to tell me what didn't happen to me?
Fledge, here's my point. Listen. What type of sample medication did you get, Fledge? And you're assuming that did you have the insurance to go to the doctor? Yes or no?
Eliquis, no. My insurance ran out after I had a stroke.
Oh, wait. So you had to. Okay, so
$300 to $400 a month.
So let's talk about you having to have a stroke first. Let's talk about that. Okay, because now what you are talking about is you having a stroke, going into the emergency room, right? At that time, you're gonna benefit from the law. Do you know what the law is? Do you know the reason why the hospital had to treat you, whether you had insurance or not?
I did have insurance at that time.
If you didn't, do you know why they would have done it?
Oh yeah, they have to.
Why?
I mean, that's our laws.
What is the law?
I don't know the exact law.
Okay, so it's called EMTALA. So it's called EMTALA. That is the law. And the law says when someone comes into the emergency room, you have to evaluate their condition. You have to make sure that they are treated and stabilized. If you don't have the ability to stabilize those people, then you have to transfer them to a different facility that has the means to be able to do that, right? And then you would benefit from a case manager, a social worker, all of those people that get assigned to your care at that time, because that's the law, right? But the law doesn't mean that you are entitled to care after that, right? Now you might qualify for something because you had a stroke, right? And so a doctor might have given you samples of Eliquis as a way of getting, but do you know where the doctor gets those samples?
No, what I'm saying is that was an old doctor of mine, right? So when I ran out, I didn't go try to rob somebody to get $400 to pay for my script.
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, but I called my old doctors and they said, yes, we have samples. And then they called around and said, we're going to find some for you. So I believe that guy that you described hypothetically had other options.
So yeah, you believe it based on your, but Fledge, you believe it based on your singular experience. Do you understand that 300 million people in this country don't all have an old doctor that has samples or that can call around and get samples? Do you understand that your particular, hold on, stop stop interrupting me, please. Do you understand that your singular experience does not represent the entirety of the country?
Yeah, but that's not true because you said his doctor's sick. His daughter's sick, so he obviously was seeing a doctor, several doctors, right?
No, that's not what that means.
Access to what you're talking
Okay, so
about.
he's
Dugald, not Dugald, Fledge, hold on, listen to what I'm saying to you.
Sick, but he is not seeing any
Fledge.
Stop wasting your breath on this guy. You don't want to.
I want everybody to stop interrupting. Fuck.
How the fuck do you make that make sense?
Stop, guys.
His daughter is sick, but he's not
Jesus.
seeing doctors?
You all, everyone on this panel are grown adults. Everyone. Stop. This is part of the reason we end up in the shit that we are in as a country. It's because you can't carry on a respectful conversation. Just stop. And let me just share this. I know you guys might be used to other places and other platforms. I literally have had people like Fledge on my panel and seen them turn 180 degrees by the time we finish the conversation. So you might not have the patience to have a conversation with Fledge. Great. That's why I'm doing it. But what I'm not going to do, and this is the problem, and I'm saying this with all due respect to everybody, folks, part of the problem is saying to other people, oh, we're wasting our time on him. I don't believe any person is a waste of time. And I don't have to see Fledge turn 180 degrees to believe that the conversation I'm having with him is beneficial. I don't. So
can you please say my name?
I can't see the entire thing because it's cut off with the 3 dots. It's so long. Flegenheimer. Got you. So here's the thing, folks, right? Well, and you can be out slick. That's okay. That's okay. But here's the thing, folks. Every conversation is beneficial. And it's not just Flegenheimer that's the person that's listening. There's almost 600 people in here right now. And there are other people listening that aren't talking that do find benefit. Period. It is not always about the person on the panel. Jeez, oh Pete, y'all. Flegenheimer, this is the point that I'm making, okay? Your singular situation does not represent the entirety of everyone in this country. And this is the problem. When people look at a particular policy issue from only their singular experience, right? Then it eliminates the ability to have it work for everyone. You're now not understanding how it happened to me or my neighbor or my cousin or anyone else. There are people in my life that do not have the same access and the same experience as you. And those people matter. And those people deserve to have access to medication and healthcare just like everyone else.
Yeah, I agree. But we also have to look at individualism. We can't make everybody not poor or bring everybody up if they don't want to do it.
But here's the thing.
We know that's happening, right? I have a cousin that lives in my house. It's an absolute bum.
So Flegenheimer, again, you're talking about your one cousin.
No, we know that in America, there's a lot of people that don't want to
We
work.
also know that in America, there's a lot of people that are busting their ass and working 2 or 3 jobs and still can't pay their rent. Right? I know people that have worked their entire lives, working hard as hell their entire lives, and never made enough money to have a savings, to never have done that. So listen, while you're saying there are some people that are lazy, the majority are not. And so that's the point. And so when you pull out this one thing, well, I have a cousin and he's lazy as hell. And so what? I have a cousin who works his fingers to the fucking bones. So the point that
You think policy can bring everyone out of poor?
So I believe So here's what I believe. Okay. I believe that policy, good policy, can bring the majority of people out of poverty. Not all, because I don't believe in saying dumb things like that, right? You're never ever going to do all things for all people, but you can absolutely do things that help the majority of people. And that's the conversation that I want to have, is understanding. So like, here's one of the examples. So somebody asked Zora and Mom Dani about making the buses free in New York, right? And they said, well, why not have a system where people that qualify under a certain like income level, then they are the people that get on the buses for free, and that way the city could still make some money off of this, that, and the other, right? And his response was brilliant. Hannah, please stop. Hannah, please stop. You don't know if Donald Trump is a Christian. You can judge his fruit, but not his heart. So please stop that. And stop talking about his wife. And if Hannah's a bot, please mute the bot or whatever. I just can't. But here's the thing, Flagenheimer. So follow me. This is what he said, is that if people are poor if they're economically disadvantaged enough that they need to get the buses for free, they probably, thank you, Red Hot, they probably also, right, are limiting their ability to access all of the things needed to prove that they need it for free, right? And so when you make people, and this is part of the issues that we have, is when you say to people, you have to provide this and this and this and this and this, then those are barriers to getting something that they need, because those folks most likely aren't sitting at home with access to all these computers. Those people most likely don't work a job where they can just take the time off to go down to the government office to get whatever paperwork they need, to get this done, to get that done. And he said the bottom line is that we can make it happen, right? And it not hurt the city. We've got the money. We've got the ability to do that. So why not do it? And so that's what he did. And my point is that we oftentimes make things harder for it's almost like we make no, you don't have freedom of speech in my life. You don't. No, you don't, Hannah. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Flagenheimer. Hannah, if you want free speech, join my panel. But no, you're not going to run your mouth and be distracting in my chat. Okay. So what I'm saying, Flagenheimer, is that we oftentimes make it harder on people for being poor. It's almost like we criminalize and hurt people because they're not born with a silver spoon in their mouth. No, I'm not running for office, Rob. No. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but why I think what you are doing to Mandani, praising him when he's basically in the first quarter or fourth quarter of his game, is pretty crazy to me.
When did you hear me praise Mandani? I gave you an example of his response on a particular issue.
Well, a lot of people in your comments, a lot of people love Mandani now because he's.
I don't care. You and I are having a conversation. Can we just focus on the conversation that we're having?
Yes, I'll give you my reason why I think that's going to fail.
I'm not talking about him. Listen, no, I want you to focus on what I said. I'm not asking you what you think about Mom Donnie or free buses. That's not what I'm asking you. What I'm saying is that we oftentimes in this country penalize people for being poor. And I don't believe that is the way that our society and our systems and our policies should work. I don't think that that's the way that it should work. Why do go ahead?
Okay, and I think that poor people are easily taken advantage of by intellects, right? And an intellect can tell you all these things and promise you all these things and make you think you're going to be more wealthy or less poor, but you're probably going to be worse off. Because since we're talking about, let's talk about his grocery grocery store. Now he wants to implement like basically a library card voter ID. So what's going to happen is if they allow people to just go shop and buy whatever they want, these people will return again and sell it and make a profit off it. That's why they have the library card now. Then they will ration your food. Because
Wait, I just need to ask. Hold on one second.
They will soon ration how much you can buy.
Flagenheimer, I need to ask you a question. You just said to me you don't care if they make money off of a prison system, but you care if people make money off of food. I don't listen. No, if you don't. So first of all, what you stated isn't accurate about what the plan is. But second of all, if you don't care about a for-profit prison system where they literally make profit off of criminalizing people for being poor and all of those things, and literally it's designed to do that, right? Then I don't want to hear you talk about you're being mad at somebody because they resold they resold something that they have. I don't, right? Because if we're not mad at billionaires and centimillionaires for making money off the backs of the least of us and people in their worst circumstances, then how are we mad at those people? It's crazy work to me.
Well, I'm just telling you how the system's going to fail.
Yeah, but you don't know how the system's going to fail. And let me just say that.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
It doesn't. Okay, let me ask you a question. How many FTC meetings have you sat in and listened to independent grocery stores across the country?
Not independents, none.
I have. I literally sat for a year and a half in FTC open meetings for 18 months, and I listened to grocery store owners across the country talk about their supply chain, how they're being gypped by companies like Albertsons and Kroger's and Walmart, how they got to the front of the supply chain line during COVID and never left. Like the question that I would ask you is, share with me where you get your expertise and understanding of grocery stores and even co-op grocery stores. Where do you have your expertise and your understanding of those programs?
Yeah, I mean, we look at our history. Chicago, I think, just closed down 7 grocery stores, free grocery stores, government run.
No, so you're citing to me a news story that you've read. I'm asking you specifically about where's your expertise? Because what you said is that you're telling me what's going to happen, and I'm asking you where you have the expertise to know what it's going to happen.
Well, we look at history. I think it happened last year in Minnesota. They had to cancel one, or St. Louis. They had to get rid of free government-run grocery store.
So that's not true. So first of all, in Chicago, okay, it was Save-A-Lot, a private grocery store that closed 7 of their locations on the south and the west side. And that Save-A-Lot grocery store received subsidies from the city, right? But they closed down. So Chicago didn't do that. Chicago doesn't own or operate any government grocery stores. That's not true. They don't. And all you have to do is Google it. Literally.
Yeah, I think you own anything. You own a business that you could make money off. Because
Flagenheimer.
If their platform don't want you to make money.
Stop for a moment, Flagenheimer. We're not pivoting. I'm going to stay right here for a moment. Because this is the problem behind our conversation. And folks, I'm going to bring some more of you up to the panel in just a second. But all you had to do to find out about this situation is Google it. And here's what it says. Chicago did not close down government-run grocery stores because the city does not actually own or operate any. Instead, 7 private Save-A-Lot stores on the south and west sides, which received $13.5 million in city subsidies and taxpayer backing through their operator, permanently closed in July 2026 after their operating agreement was terminated. So this is not a government-run grocery store closing down. No, sir, it's not. And so this is a serious question that I have for you. Can you share with me why you would rather take information that you're hearing, these headlines, and instead of just simply Googling that phrase, did Chicago close down government grocery stores, you just took it as fact and then you hopped on the internet to tell the world that thing? Can you share with me why you're not verifying and looking up any of the information that you're saying?
Yeah, I didn't do that on that because I just heard it last night. That's my bad.
Okay, but you said the same thing about Minnesota.
Yeah, I meant to, I think it's St. Louis. Or I don't even know the state, but I know what happened.
You know what happened exactly?
Government-run grocery store closed down because of crime. They couldn't protect their employees. This, that, and the third.
What makes a government-run grocery store be targeted any more than a private grocery store? What makes a thief? What makes a robber go? You know what? I only want to go after a government-run grocery store.
Well, probably easy.
So let me I'm just saying, no, there's nothing different. And do you know how many places have there? Yeah, there aren't any government-run grocery stores, correct? There's not a single state that operates state-run grocery stores for the general public. They don't.
I don't think you actually know what you're voting for. Like, people are. The DSA members in New York say this.
So now you're going to pivot again, so we don't want to talk about the thing that you claim that's not true?
No, but we're talking about a whole platform. Yeah, I said it wasn't true. I said I didn't look it up, so we can move on.
Right, but the question that I was asking you is, why? The question that I'm asking you is, why not look it up? Folks, when I bring you to the panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you, please. So this is my question. Why not look up something that you're going to get on the internet and have a conversation about before doing so? Like that's what I don't understand, and I would like for you to help me understand it.
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to come up, so that's why I said my bad on that one. But you say it's a pivot, but we're talking about their whole platform. So I think you got.
I'm not talking about the DSA platform. That's not even on here to talk about. I don't know why you're obsessed with the DSA platform.
That's what we've been talking about.
No, that's what maybe you have been talking about. I wasn't talking about. And so this is my thing, right? I don't really care. And I said that before you came up, right? I'm not a part of the Democratic Party. I'm not a part of the DSA. I'm not. I am a person that is for progressive policies and laws that actually benefit working class people. That's what I'm for. Period. I want policies and laws that benefit the vast majority of the people that live in this country. Because right now we don't have that.
Can we talk about that? So what I was trying to say is they say it's unconstitutional for someone to make more than 12% gain on their investment. So if you want to feed all these people and then you want to take how much people make in an investment, how do you do that?
Who says that?
The guy from New York, the DSA guy, the chapter in New York, on an interview.
What?
The DSA guy from New York, Spanish guy, came from Cuba, is in Dani's, clique, was on an interview on Fox and said that it's unconstitutional for anybody to make more than 12% on their investment.
No,
they're talking about landlords and all that stuff.
What's his name? Because I really need to. I need to pull it up, because here's what I'm going to tell you is that's not accurate. It's not accurate, and I don't believe that a member of Dani's administration said that. I don't. So you're going to have to give me a name. You're going to have to give me a something, because we're going to look it up, because that's just not accurate. It's not a thing.
He's a Cuban refugee from New York. He's a DSA member. He's a chapter DSA head of the New York chapter. I don't know his name. He has a Latino name. He did an interview on Fox about a week and a half ago, right before Megan Romer came on there.
Okay.
So if you look up DSA member interview on Fox, you'll probably see two of them. One's Megan Romer and one's this guy. I don't know. He has a Spanish name. I don't know his name.
Okay, so let me just say something, okay? Do you believe that we should use law to outlaw different people's religions? Should we use the government? Should the government make laws that make Christianity the only legal religion in this country?
Only the legal religion? No, I don't think we should make that legal.
But all Republicans think that. The Republican Party believes that we should use the government to outlaw all religions except for Christianity, where Christ is king.
Yeah.
Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why I say that all Republicans believe that? Do you want to know why?
Yeah, you can tell me why.
Sure, I do. Because Monty Frentz said it. Monty Frentz, who's running for governor in Tennessee, he said it, and I'll play you the clip. Monty Frentz was interviewed by. Hold on, I'm going to show you the fallacy of what you're doing. So you just said to me, "Oh, one person from one chapter of the DSA said this thing, so everybody in the DSA believes this thing, right?" And what I'm demonstrating to you is that that's not accurate, nor is it a wise thing to do, because I could do the same thing. I can pull up this clip right now of Monty Frentz being interviewed in Nashville and saying, "Oh no, we're going to get, I would like to outlaw mosques, and I would like to outlaw
I would like to do that
Buddhism." And hold on. But he went on to say, any religion that doesn't believe Christ is king, except for Judaism, he said. Except for Judaism.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I believe Islam shouldn't be in America. I'll stand on that.
Hold on a second. Stop. So you would like for the American government, the United States of America, to use its laws and government to outlaw any religion that's not Christianity?
Yeah.
Based on what? So you just want to be a bigot.
Because we're better people.
So you understand that makes you a traitor, right?
Christians are better than Muslims.
No, Christians are not better than Muslims. Flagenheimer, hold on a second, because I don't do Islamophobia. Okay, I don't do it, and you're not gonna talk over me.
It's not phobia.
It is.
It's not.
It is. Can you name for me how many people have died in the name of Christianity? Can you name for me? Can you name?
Probably a lot.
Huh?
Probably a lot.
A whole lot. So share with me how that makes you better than anybody else.
Yeah, I'm talking about in America, guys.
What?
In America.
But no, I'm talking about Christians in America.
Yeah, we don't want Islam in America.
No, I just ask you how Christians are better. Share with me, because here, so were Christians better when we beat Native American children and starved them in Indian boarding schools and used them for labor? Were we better? Were Christians better then?
Yes.
Oh, you're just a disgusting human being. So you're a bigot.
How do you think we got this land?
So you're a bigot.
How do you think? No, I just.
So I got it. Now that I know. So that has nothing to do with what we did to children in boarding schools.
No, it absolutely does.
It has nothing to do with. No, it doesn't. So can you share with me where Flagenheimer? Here's the question that I'm asking you. Can you share with me, Flagenheimer? I'm asking you. Share with me where in the Bible Jesus said to commit a genocide to steal people's land.
He didn't say that.
Well, come on, because that's what it means to be a Christian, right? To be Christ-like. To be a Christian is to be Christ-like. So share with me in the Bible where Jesus Christ said to commit a genocide in order to take land from people.
Yeah, he said go conquer what you want.
No, he did not. Show me. Give me the verse. Give me the verse.
That's what my Bible says.
Well, what Bible are you reading?
The American Bible.
There is no such thing. There is no such thing as the American Bible.
I mean, I see it as ungratefulness to the people that came here.
Nope.
And did that.
I didn't ask you what you see it as. What I ask you for very quickly, but very simply, is share with me where in your Christian Bible, share with me where in the Bible Jesus said, go out and conquer whatever you want.
Yeah, it didn't
Give
say
me a
that.
verse in scripture.
It didn't say that. We took the laws into our own.
Can you tell me what Jesus said is the greatest commandment above all things?
Thou shalt not kill.
Nope. That's the first of the 10 commandments that were Old Testament by Moses. I'm asking you, what did Jesus say is the first, the greatest commandment?
The greatest commandment?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I do. So Matthew chapter 7, verses 21 and 22. I'm sorry, not 21 and 22. Sorry. That's my favorite part, where he talks about not everyone that says, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. That's my favorite part, because that's the part where he says, get thee away from me. I knew you not, the evildoers. I'm sorry. I took you to that scripture first. That's not what I meant. Sorry. So what Jesus said is the greatest commandment of all is Matthew 22, verses 36 through 40. And what he said is to love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy mind, with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy mind, and to love thy neighbor as thyself. And he says all the law and all the prophets hang on these two commandments. So Flegenheimer, what that means is if you are not loving the Lord thy God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind, and you are not loving thy neighbor as thyself, right? Then everything else that you do is irrelevant and against the Bible. Everything else. Because he said all the other laws, all the other prophets hang on these two commandments. So when you love your neighbor as thyself, that typically means you don't throw them in cages. You don't beat their children. You don't starve their children. You don't commit a genocide. Right? That like you don't do those things when you love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy mind, and love thy neighbor as thyself.
Yeah, that was a practice done that had to be done for Congress.
No, it didn't have to be done. No, sir, it did not have to be done. No, it didn't have to be done. No, it didn't. Stay in England. Stay in England. Your ancestors could have just stayed in England. It didn't have to be done. Or when your ancestors came here, right? All they had to do was reciprocate the generosity shown to them by Native Americans. Because your ancestors didn't even know what damn time of year they got here. Matter of fact, they didn't even mean to get here. Right? Landing in the United States of America, what became the United States of America, was on accident. They didn't even know where the fuck they was going. And didn't have the knowledge to work the land, didn't know how to do the agriculture, didn't know how to survive. Had it not been for Native Americans, your ancestors would have just died on the damn hillside.
Yeah, but we survived.
No, you didn't survive. You weren't. No, Native Americans saved your ancestors. You didn't survive. You didn't have the skill set to survive on your own. All your ancestors would have been dead had it not been for the generosity, the kindness, and the humanity of Native Americans. Your ancestors wouldn't have survived shit. You'd have been dead. Okay. You didn't survive. You didn't have any skill sets. They didn't know how to work this land. They didn't know how to hunt in this land.
They got to it.
They got here. Listen, they thought they was going to get here in spring, got here in the dead of winter. Had it not been for Native Americans giving you blankets, your ass would have froze to death. That's how smart your ancestors were not.
And they got to it, and look what they built.
No, they didn't get to nothing. They didn't get to nothing. And by the way, if you find pride in taking advantage of good people, that says a lot about you.
Yeah,
so here's the thing for me. You will never, ever, ever, ever make me feel bad about who my ancestors are or other indigenous peoples, right? Like this pride that you all seem to have of, oh, we were amazing. We did this. We conquered. No, you didn't. It's never been a fair fucking fight, ever. If it was a fair fight, listen, if it was a fair fight, you would have got your ass waxed every day. And that is true. Like that, those are just facts. Listen, it has never been a fair fight, ever. Ever, ever, ever. And had it been a fair fight, you would not have won. Your ancestors only survived in this country because Native Americans saved you. And that is why they will damn sure inherit any kingdom of God that may exist before you, your ancestors. And definitely above your bigotry, because you do not live according to the Christ instructions that you claim to follow.
How many slaves did they own?
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I don't care about what you said.
Of course you don't, because you don't want any accountability. Of course you don't.
Yeah, I don't think I need to.
Of course you don't. That's that privilege.
How many slaves did indigenous own?
Who brought up slavery? Are you bringing up slavery because I'm black?
No, you just talked about the indigenous.
Indigenous are not enslaved people.
No.
Are you bringing up enslaved people because I'm black?
No, I didn't even know you're black.
Well, it sounds like, why are we bringing up slavery? Is that your white guilt? Because I didn't say anything about slaves.
You said indigenous.
Yeah, indigenous does not mean enslaved. Enslaved.
Yeah, so you said they were helping us. Helping us what? Learn how to enslave people? That's what I'm asking you.
No, they taught you how to work the land.
They taught us how to enslave black people.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't, because that's not a thing. That's not a thing. Show me a fact. Listen, the fact that you think you know that, no, not a thing.
Did I just hear a white person say that out loud?
Yes, you did, Jagald.
Yeah, I don't know.
We showed up with black people already in chains. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Indians had slaves.
No.
No.
Indigenous.
Wow.
That's not that.
Wow.
5 tribes that had slaves.
That is not a thing.
You also
Okay,
said
why was there Indian slave
you
trade
also
act in 1866?
you also said we built this. We didn't build. If you're going to talk about slavery, because Danny's black, it's obvious that's why you brought it up. But if you want to talk about that, then why no. If you're going to bring that up, then you need to bring up the fact that white people did not build shit. They made black people do it. They made black people build it. Black people built this country. White people didn't do nothing but drive a whip. White people didn't do anything but drive the whip, motherfucker. I'm telling you right now, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Flagenheimer, listen. If you think that you should be proud because your ancestors committed the greatest atrocities in the history of humankind, off the backs of kindness and empathy and help from indigenous people, then by all means fly your white pride flag, right?
Yeah, I think
like by all means, if that's what gives you value and makes you feel good about yourself. Huh?
I don't have a flag like that.
I didn't say that. I didn't ask you about a hood. I did not ask you about a hood, sir. I did not. Right. I did not mention slavery, nor did I mention a hood. Right? I didn't mention any of those two things.
You just said that.
So no, I didn't mention a hood. You did.
I'm just telling on yourself right now.
Right, for real. When you said I don't have a pride or a hood or a flag or a hood, that's you. I didn't say anything about a hood. Nothing.
Yeah, I don't think. I think these guys are ungrateful for what.
It doesn't matter. So do you understand that so listen, let me just share this with you. We don't care what you think. Like seriously, because here's the problem with this conversation with you. So you think lots of things with no fact and no accurate history. Like none. Right? And so like this is the thing, right? I think this is the part that's
I think you want to get conquered by Islam. You can look at history.
Yeah, so Islam doesn't conquer.
Morocco,
Yeah, baby.
Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Lebanon. They were all Christian.
Yeah, give me. No, they were not. What are you talking about?
Yes, they were all Christian.
No, they were not.
Yes.
They were not.
They were.
And what's crazy about that is, you need brown skin boogeymen to support your bigotry. That's all you need. You have to make up brown-skinned boogeymans in order to support your bigotry, and it's wild. It is wild. Like, you can't. So this is what's crazy. So wait. I just want to listen. Like, even if what you said was true, which it isn't, but even if what you said was true. So wait, you, because you're white and Christian, get to be. I'm gonna finish this sentence. So you, because you're white and Christian, right? Y'all get to celebrate when you commit genocide and you conquer. But if Muslims do it, then it's horrible and they don't get to be proud. You are wild. The fucking bigotry coming out of your mouth is absolutely crazy work right now. It's crazy work.
I don't have a hood, Dani. I don't have a hood.
Right. So anyway, Flagenheimer, I appreciate you for joining today. I'm going to go ahead and let you have the day and life that you deserve, and wish you well. So, and thank you, God, for the teacup. Look at that. He's an on-time God. Yes, he is. Oh, he's an on-time God. Yes, he is. He brought that teacup right on time. And can I just say, for the record, Jesus was a Palestinian Jew.
That's the best part of it.
Can I just say, for the record, Jesus was a Palestinian Jew.
The amount of self lying or self the amount of lying we have to do to ourselves as white people is, it makes me so tired. And white people embarrass me on this app every fucking day, and it irritates the shit out of me.
I mean, he was just absolutely crazy work right now. Like, okay, if I'm being honest, let me just be transparent for a second while we level set. Folks, when I bring you to the panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you, please. But let me just say this. So in the beginning, here's what I thought. I really thought he was like a lot of people that I know because of where I'm from, where they just are maybe not as accurately informed, and have had not as much experience, with other people of other cultures and other ways. And I really thought that if we had the conversation that centered as with classism kind of at the center, then we could use that as a foundation to build on everything. And if you heard it for a brief moment, we got there on the rich people versus poor people thing, until we got to bigoted religion and all the other things. And then it went wherever the fuck it went after that, because holy jeez. So, yeah, it's a lot. So folks, listen, if you are new to me, thank you. I hope you hit the follow button, do your daily heart me and collect your points. Tapping is clapping. I don't know, sharing is caring, and whatever else they say. I'm going to go to, is it Dujan?
Yes, it's Dujan.
Dujan. Good morning. And then I'll go to Jeff. So good morning. How are you?
Good. I just want to say congratulations, Michigan. Looks like you guys have Abdul as your one of your representatives.
Yep.
Good job on that. Even though it was very close.
It was.
That's crazy. I mean, we still looked like a win with, dude, $60 million, and that's all foreign influence money, AIPAC money, and we still won because people organized and got out there and voted. But I mean, it's crazy. All she had to do, basically, she didn't get an endorsement from Obama, but all she had to do was say, "I work with Obama," and she basically she won Wayne County just like that. So, I mean, but it was so close. So.
Yeah, it was close. And here's what I will say. Here's what I will say on that regard. It's okay. Close only counts with horseshoes and hand grenades.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It's just unfortunate that all she had to do was mention Obama, and she got so much of the black vote in Wayne County and the county below that. I don't know.
So I'm going to tell a story that I've never told before. Or this part of it that didn't really dawn on me until lately. Are you ready? It has to do with what you just said, Dujan.
Yes.
So, okay. So I haven't done them in a while on here. But so I do workshops, and it's a lot about having a conversation with people. and just how to have conversations, and also how to use election data and those different types of things. And so I had been invited to Michigan for one of their caucuses, for one of their Democratic caucuses, as a guest speaker and to facilitate a workshop. And yes, Abdul won. And so afterwards, everybody just kind of chitting and chatting and da 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 and whatever. And Haley Stevens is there. This is a couple years ago, and out of the blue, Haley just runs over to me. She's like, "Oh, I got to get a picture with you," which was kind of weird to me because A, she wasn't there when I did my speech, and B, I hadn't done my workshops yet. But I just was like, okay, because we were all like, people were taking pictures. And I even asked her at the time, what made you want to take a picture with me? And she was like, I just want to take a picture with him. And then I thought about it. I was like, oh, I'm the only black face here. I'm the only brown person in the room. I'm the only one in the room. I thought about that later. I can't say that that's the thing or not the thing, but I did think about it. I didn't think about it at the time, but I think about it now in terms of that representation. So anyway, there's that. So no, I think that what's up, Warner? Here's my thing. I do think that we are seeing a definitive turn in the tide. I do think that it's amazing when you see $40 million of AIPAC money not defeating someone in a primary. For those of you
like
all,
62 million total, something like that.
Yeah, I think 40 some million of it was AIPAC. I think the 70
the other ones just like
other PACs. But so let me just say this: to give you all a comparison, if you want a comparison for that number, in the 2024 general presidential election, AIPAC spent $53 million in a general election in 2024 in the presidential election. 53. They spent $31 million in Thomas Massey's primary, and they just spent over $40 million in Michigan's primary.
Wow. But I just wanted to add, I mentioned Obama not because I dislike Obama, but she is using Stevens used Obama to get just mentioning him. And she did not get an endorsement from Obama. Obama did not endorse anybody in this campaign. So I'm not hating on Obama. I saw some comments saying Obama did, if it wasn't for Obama, this guy could even run. And I'm not even implying that. I'm saying Haley Stevens, like your story implied, was like, oh, I have this card, this token I can spend to get the votes from, Detroit area.
Yeah,
so that's exactly what happened. And all she did was like, oh, I was on Obama's team for the auto crisis, saving the auto companies. Yeah.
Yeah, and here's my thing. I think people will look back, be able to see things for maybe what they are, and honestly, I don't care. Yeah, because it just is what it is, and So, by the way, just so everybody knows, other folks have now called it. USA Today has now called it. I'm trying to look and to see who else. So, yeah, USA Today has called it. NBC called it hours and hours ago, 5 hours ago. I'm not sure if CNN has changed theirs yet to say. Yeah, they still haven't changed theirs to say yet. They're just saying he's still clinging to the lead. 99% of the votes are in. But yeah. So yeah. That's where we are.
Again, congratulations, Michigan. It's great. I love this wave. I know you mentioned earlier you're not DSA, but I definitely lean in that direction. I definitely, I'm tired of the do nothing Democrats, essentially. I'm tired of the DNC. I'm tired of no good things are possible, but we can give Israel. I'm sorry.
No, you can say that. I'll talk about it here. It's fine.
Okay. Well, they have, they have healthcare. Their healthcare subsidized in Israel.
Correct.
They have free healthcare. They have good social safety nets in Israel. And all that money comes from us.
Yep. And
We
so the
give
Times has called it
$1
too.
trillion.
The New York Times has called it as well. So yeah, he's called it. They've called it, and I'm here for it all day long. So, but no, yeah, appreciate you, Dujan. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good things are possible, guys. You gotta vote for it. You gotta look, and don't vote for anybody who gets foreign aid money. Come on.
So I'm going to put a clarifier on that. Okay. Because I believe in progress and being pragmatic. Are you ready? Here's what I believe. I believe in the primaries. You absolutely vote your fucking heart. In the primaries, you vote for the person that, if that's DSA, if that's the most progressive, if that's whatever, you vote your heart in the primaries. And if in the primaries, your person doesn't win, you vote for the Dem that beat them. Because right now in this midterms, we cannot afford to lose a single Democratic seat, and we must gain the other Republican seats. Because then you turn around and in the next election, you primary their ass again, and then you whip them.
Right. I'm not exactly. I'm not saying vote for a Republican even if they don't get foreign aid. I'm just assuming they all do.
Well, 80% of Congress takes money from AIPAC. So
yeah.
So you're not getting rid of all of them in one election.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, but appreciate
I know
you.
there was one guy that won Bell, I believe, in Missouri.
Yep, he beat Cory Bush.
$16 million. Yeah. He beat Cory Bush.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, AIPAC spent $19 million to get rid of Cory Bush in the first election. And the first time when she lost her seat, AIPAC spent $19 million in her race to get rid of her. So yeah, but I think the thing that is beautiful about this is that people are beginning to see where that money is being poured in, and why it is. And if you want my humble opinion, which maybe you do, maybe you don't, I'm going to share this one clip that I believe is probably one of the reasons Haley Stevens lost. So give me a second. This is the one, everybody's heard it. Not everybody, but a lot of people have heard it. If you haven't heard it, you're welcome. And I'm going to give it to you real quick, just so that you have it. Okay. So where's the version that I like? This one. And pause. All right. So give me 1 second, folks. This is the video that I think caused Haley Stevens to get way more attention than she wanted. And here it goes. You ready? I'm going to play it for you. It's very cringe.
The United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will continue to exist for the Jewish people.
And my thing is, go live in Israel. I have yet to see a single member of Congress speak with that type of passion about this country. I mean,
the thing is, I don't understand why so much. Who is listening to that? And is a donor's like, oh yeah, she's the one.
Oh no, yes. When it comes to yes. So how many of you all, and Jeff, I want to get you in here. I know you had to take a break because you had work a second ago, but let me ask you a question. How many of you guys, and I know my regular folks have heard it a bajillion times, but we have a lot of new people in here today, right? We have a lot of new people today. So let me just say this. How many of you all have listened to former President Jimmy Carter, right, have a conversation with Amy on Democracy Now! In 2007 about AIPAC? If you've never seen this video, if you've never listened to it, put a 1 in the chat. There's a lot of you all that haven't. Okay, so just for shits and giggles, because I want to try to gauge something. If you are both new to me and you've never heard this Jimmy Carter clip, put a 2 in the chat. If you are new to me and you've never heard this Jimmy Carter interview on Democracy Now!, put a 2. Okay. I see you, new people. I love that. I'm going to play it for you. You ready? Okay. Candy Kiss, quit your lying in here. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to play this clip for you guys. This is from a 2007 interview that former President Jimmy Carter did with Democracy Now! And she's specifically asking him, so I don't know how many of you all know this or not, but the Carter Foundation has been in Palestine during all 3 elections. When the Palestinian Authority was elected, when Hamas was elected, the Carter Foundation was there. And as part of their responsibilities, they literally went all throughout Palestine. They went throughout the West Bank. There's a 9-minute clip where he even talks about the increase in settlers and settlements and all of that. The Guardian just called it as well. It's official. Abdul is the man. But I want to play this 3 minutes for you guys. Are you ready? Because it's really important. So here we go. Let me play.
Is exactly accurate. Apartheid is exactly accurate. This is an area that's occupied by 2 powers. They're not completely separated. The Palestinians can't even walk on the same roads that the Israelis have created or built in Palestinian territory. The Israelis never see a Palestinian except the Israeli soldiers. The Palestinians never see an Israeli except at a distance, except the Israeli soldiers. So within Palestinian territory, they're absolutely and totally separated, much worse than they were in South Africa, by the way. And the other thing is, the other definition of apartheid is one side dominates the other, and the Israelis completely dominate the life of the Palestinian people.
Why don't Americans know what you have seen?
Americans don't want to know, and many Israelis don't want to know what is going on inside Palestine. It's a terrible human rights persecution that far transcends what any outsider would imagine. And there are powerful political forces in America that prevents any objective analysis of the problem in the Holy Land. I think it's accurate to say that not a single member of Congress with whom I'm familiar would possibly speak out and call for Israel to withdraw to their legal boundaries or to publicize the plight of the Palestinians, or even to call publicly and repeatedly for good faith peace talks. There hadn't been a day of peace talks now in more than 7 years. So this is a taboo subject, and I would say that if any member of Congress did speak out, as I've just described, they would probably not be back into Congress the next term.
Who are these forces that you're talking about?
Well, there's an inherent commitment in America, which I share as a Christian, of a deep commitment to make sure that Israel is safe and that Israel is free, and that they can seek for peace. So there's a strong inclination for all of us to support Israel's continued existence in peace. And that is added on to by the very effective work of the American-Israeli group called AIPAC, which is performing its completely legitimate task of convincing Americans to support the policies of the Israeli government. And AIPAC is not dedicated to peace. They're dedicated to inducing the maximum support in America, in the White House, in the Congress, and in the public media for whatever policies the Israeli government has at a particular time, and they're extremely effective.
He said AIPAC isn't for peace. They're not dedicated to peace. They're dedicated to Israel's policies. Now, I want you all to remember a couple of things. This interview is 2007, okay? 2007. So that's 19, almost 20 years ago. This is almost 20 years ago, where he talks about the fact that no sitting member of Congress would talk about the atrocities being committed against Palestinians, or they would not have returned for the next session, right? This is 2007 when he's talking about these things. Oh, I know, tolerance. I know he did. And so this is a taboo subject, he said. Now, let me just tell you, when he said that there's this inherent thing that he has as a Christian to keep Israel safe, my thing would be safe from who? Safe from who? And this is what's really important for people to understand, is that is an issue. Christian Zionism in the United States of America is an issue. I could play you a clip right now of Bibi Netanyahu sitting at a table with influencers from the country, from the United States, saying to them, she asks him the question, what do we do if we begin to lose support from Christians in America? And he says, we've got to focus on social media. The tools for winning the war is going to be Twitter, X, and TikTok. He talks about that. Like, that's Bibi saying that. We have to focus on those two spaces. And then he goes on to say, Elon is a friend. So I just want people to be clear and to understand that this is where we are.
Did you happen to see that clip from Van Jones last night talking about, yeah, okay, all right.
No.
It was a funny clip. But,
yeah, no. And so I just want people to understand, this isn't just like anything. This is literally the former president and he goes on. This is all you have to do if you want to watch the entirety. Just Google Jimmy Carter, Democracy Now! 2007 interview, and you will see it. And so the other thing that I think is going to be amazing about this. So let me tell you why you know the Republican Party is scared. Okay? All right? The Republican Party is scared of Abdul the same way they were terrified of Dani, because they were spending money against Abdul the same way AIPAC was. And so I think that that's important for people to note. Okay. Really quickly, I'm gonna go ahead and go to my friend Jeff up here. What would you like to chime in and say?
I think we're gonna do a Good News Wednesday.
Yeah.
So just wanted to chime in. Congratulations, Michigan, on Abdul, but also on achieving a progressive hat trick. We got the primary for Lawrence and McKinney as well.
Did we?
Yes, they called it. And CNN has called Abdul as well.
I saw CNN call Abdul. I saw.
So, but there's a few other good things, because I went down a few rabbit holes last night.
Of course you did.
Yep, I did. So there are a few other good things. So our lovely friend Max Miller that we were discussing yesterday, he has decided, today was the deadline, he has decided not to withdraw, so they have officially launched a House Ethics Committee investigation.
Okay. Man, he's just doubling down.
Ethics Committee investigation. So Ohioans, pay close attention to that.
Yeah.
If you are in North Carolina, Edwards has withdrawn from the race due to his censure from the House Ethics Committee as of yesterday.
Stop it.
So he is now he is out of the race. He is the incumbent. So now they have to do a crash primary to get a GOP candidate for that seat. Oh yeah, there's more.
Okay, let's go.
There's some good things that happened. Blanche lost his 20th straight court loss on Monday, and it was announced Tuesday.
I saw that.
Colorado did the right thing and refused to return over their voter rolls.
Yep, I saw that. So
And
can we expound upon that? So,
the-
so if you
Absolutely.
guys don't know what he's talking about, so the federal government, the DOJ, has been suing all of the states trying to get their unredacted voter rolls, right? They want your voter data. They want your voting information. And states, according to the Constitution, it is states that run the elections, not the federal government. And so the DOJ has now lost for the 20th time trying to sue and get these voter rolls. So the DOJ is 0 for 20 and trying to get your unredacted voter data from 20 different states across the country. So if you did not know that that's a thing that's happening, it is a thing, and they keep losing, and we love that. Go, Jeff.
And additionally, this court case was dismissed with prejudice, so he's not allowed to refile it ever again.
We love that for
So
them.
it's a done deal in Colorado.
Yeah, Colorado said, we tired of you wasting our damn time.
Exactly. On a mixed bag point with Blanche, they did progress his nomination to the floor vote. However, it's contingent upon the removal of the $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund from the DOJ.
Can I also add that Susan Collins said she will be voting against him?
Yeah, I actually wrote her and figured her out was that too, because she's a freaking toothpaste anyway.
Yes. So
yeah, she used to be from Maine, so yeah, I keep close ties with her and King.
Yeah, so just so you all know,
so yeah, that was awesome.
I never trust her.
There's a couple other things.
I don't trust Collins, and I don't trust Murkowski's at all. I mean, if I'm going to be honest, I don't trust any of the asses. However, let me just say, we will see what she said, but she came out emphatically and said, I'm not going to do it, which normally she'll be an either or and then flip at the last minute or whatever. But no, she came out flat out and said it. So for the person who just asked me, yes, Abdul won. Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
An appeals court has blocked Trump from rescinding green bank funds. For those of you that don't know, those were monies that were allocated by Congress towards greener energy initiatives like solar and wind. So he cannot take those monies back. They have to be spent for that. So that was great for those of you that are in the environment. And remember that 300 corruption thing that we were talking about yesterday?
Yep.
Well, after we talked about it on here, it got picked up by a bunch of other sources. And more stuff has come out of that. So Jared Kushner is under investigation right now.
Oh, can I play my clip? Go ahead. Keep going.
Absolutely.
No, you keep going. I'm going to find my clip to play.
So there's an island in Albania that Kushner and Ivanka have been trying to buy to turn into a resort.
Yes.
And it's a protected wildlife refuge for the country of Albania. It has sparked a 50 to 70,000 person protest countrywide in Albania.
Yes.
They are under investigation by the Albanian Anti-Corruption whatever that agency is.
Yep.
And the person that Jared works with, who's based in Miami, has been served with an arrest warrant by the Albanian government.
Stop it.
On charges of cocaine trafficking, embezzlement, and money laundering due to the land deal.
Don't tease me with a good time. Okay, so listen. Okay, so those of you guys that are new to me, you're going to want to pay attention right now. Okay, because listen. Okay, so during the January 6th hearings in August of 2023, do you all remember that that the January 6th committee was playing these little clips from a documentary, but they were just clips. So like one of the clips, you actually saw like Stuart Road, the Oath Keepers meeting with Enrico Tarrio underneath a parking garage. Do y'all remember the clip I'm talking about? So that clip was from a documentary called A Storm Foretold. And at that time, I was still on X, and one of the dudes from the Lincoln Project, he had tweeted and he said, "Oh, if you think these clips are crazy, you should see the whole thing." And I was like, where can I see the whole thing? And so the producer of the documentary tweeted me on X and said, "Hey, we're working to get streaming rights in the United States of America. If you would like to be notified when we do, all you got to do is sign up for this email list." So I did. 2 days later, I got an email from Christoph, and it said, "Listen, we still haven't gotten streaming rights, but what we did do was we struck a deal with Vimeo." Abdul won, Samuth. And so he said, "We struck a deal with Vimeo. You can purchase it right now for $14.99. Your girl clicked the link and bought that shit automatically, like right then. Okay, no doubt. And so I bought it, and it's called A Storm Foretold. Well, guess what? They never gave them streaming rights in the United States of America. Never. So like you can look, it looks like it's on Prime, but when you go to click it, it says this is not available in your region because they will not let it be streamed here in the States. So every few months or so, every other month or so, I host a watch party and I let people watch it with me, right? So listen, this is the clip for the end. And the reason why I'm playing this is because Roger Stone mentions Jared Kushner. And I'm going to tell you all, you're going to love every minute of this. It's absolutely wild. So for you guys, TikTok, I can't show you the video. You might want to pop over to YouTube and then come back. But listen, so YouTube, Facebook, you guys, I'm going to show you. Oh, you can actually watch this clip on my Substack. So here is the clip. And here we go. Okay, you ready? Y'all aren't ready, but here we go.
I'm sorry, I had people talking in my ear. Started again. Yeah, how can they do that? Right. You don't understand people. I do. Rod should hold a press conference today and call for Trump's impeachment. That's what I would do. I'm going to do it. I'm supporting impeachment.
So again, this is Roger Stone in January of 2021, after Trump has lost and after Trump refuses to give anybody pardons. After he refuses to do preemptive pardons, Roger is pissed. He's on the phone with someone, and this is the clip. So listen, pay attention. You're going to love this. I promise. Listen.
He must be removed. His son Jared must be prosecuted. I want to know how money changed hands on Bannon. I want a federal investigation.
I want to know how money changed hands on Bannon, and I want a federal investigation.
I'm filing a complaint with the FBI this afternoon. Fuck these people. Right. So, right, exactly. Which is why I'm for the impeachment. I want impeachment. I'm going to work very hard for it. I'm not kidding. He betrayed Bernie, betrayed Rudy, he betrayed everybody. So he has to go. He has to go. Run again. You'll get your fucking brains beat in. Right. Which is good, unfortunately, for Pat, because he's easy to find. Fuck these people. Let's be very clear. There is no Bannon, cocksucker. It's one sentence. So if you're in a meeting and he says that, you punch him in the mouth as hard as you can to make your point. It's one sentence. We're not stupid. There is no paperwork, you cocksucker. He needs to be impeached. He needs to be denounced and impeached. The greatest single mistake in American history. Greatest single mistake. He's surrounded by morons, and he surrounded himself by morons. And a good long sentence in prison, he'll give him a chance to think about it. Because the Southern District's coming for him, and he did nothing. You want to fight? Let's fight. Fuck you. Fuck you and your abortionist bitch daughter. Obviously, if you use any of that, I'll murder you.
That's the clip. So somebody asked, how can we watch the whole thing? So I am not going to tell you that you might be able to stream it if you use a VPN. I've heard some people say that, but I don't know. What I do is I share it. I host like a little watch party for my friends. You guys are my friends. And people register and I email them a link and we watch it together. We have a watch party. The name of the documentary is A Storm Foretold. You will actually be able to see literally how they did stop the steal in 2015. That's when it started, actually. They got paychecks for it in 2016. You hear them talk about it in this thing. It is very enlightening, we shall say. So here's what I will do, okay? Because I love y'all. If you go to my link tree that is in my bio right now, I will do another viewing this Friday. I will do a viewing this Friday, which will be August the 7th, right? At 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I just updated the form for you to be able to register if you want to see it. If you want to see it. Now, let me just tell you, if you register, pay attention at the bottom, because what it says at the bottom is you agree not to record it in part or in full. Because yeah, we're not doing that shit. But if you want to see it, there you go. So, all right. It's a storm foretold. Go ahead.
The last thing on that, Danny, with Jared, is that
I lost
SBAK. Sorry, the SBAK, which is the Special Structure Against Corruption and Organized Crime. It's basically the Albanian version of the white collar crimes division of the FBI. For those of you that are familiar with, like, the show White Collar or whatever, they do finance-based crimes. Well, anyway, they released a 200-page filing and 19 other warrants in addition to this. And they find that their initial investigationary evidence is so credible that they've frozen over $100 million of funds related to this deal. They can't touch it.
I'm telling you, listen, what? You're trying to just make me lose my mind today. Oh, that's incredible.
It can't be a bad day every day, right?
No, it cannot. We love some glimmers. We love some glimmers. Hey, Janice. Yeah, like we absolutely love glimmers around here. So if you guys don't know, when we say glimmers, it's because with all of the information that gets pushed out at us all the time, right? It is critical that we find the glimmers of goodness where they exist. And yeah, so, and this has been my hope for a minute, and my thought is that what we might see is we might begin to see other countries take action in a way that will maybe undermine and cripple some of the folks that are causing the harm that we have in the country and globally. And so we'll just see. We'll see what happens. I ain't mad at it though. Appreciate you, Jeff.
No problem. That was my news for the day.
I love that. I love the news recap for the day. So it is in my link tree, Letty. So listen, folks, I will never be live streaming a storm foretold because there are no streaming rights in the United States of America. It's because I own it. And so all I do is I'll have a little watch party with my friends and we can watch it together. Only people who register will get a link to watch, and you will only get that link shortly before the movie starts. So give me 1 second. Let me do a little bit of housekeeping real quick. So Warrior for America. I'm not sure if you're new to my space. I think you are. But number one, I only ask for 4 things. One of them is to not type in all caps. And the reason for that is because I have folks in this community that are vision impaired. All caps are reserved for my moderators and my folks that are vision impaired. So please don't do that again. Number 2, I ask that people be respectful. Do not use slurs of any kind. And don't spam my comments. Okay. I would go ahead and tell you that your Islamophobia isn't welcome here. I don't know that that's going to change your mind at all. But if you want to discuss Muslims, feel free to join the panel. Okay. Okay. Got it. All right. So here we are on a Wednesday morning. For those of you guys that are just popping in, I'm Jewish. Am I allowed? Of course. I don't have anything against Jewish people. What a weird question. But no, of course you're welcome. Okay, so folks, listen. Abdul Al-Said has won the Michigan Democratic primary against Haley Stevens. It's a big deal. And it's a big deal when we talk about super PACs and super PAC money in our politics, both regular ones, right? And also those for like AIPAC that, well, see, now you're going to get muted because Warrior, I'm just letting you know you got muted because you typed in all caps again after I asked you not to. I asked you to be respectful of people in my community that have vision impairment. So when you're disrespectful to people with disabilities, then you get muted in my live. So you won't be able to do that. Got it? So, all right. So, yeah, folks, listen, I don't ask for the moon in here. I ask for 4 things. And as long as you can do those, we can have a conversation. No worries. Which, don't do that. You knew better than to ask that question. So if you, I know exactly, Scotty. So it's really important to understand that we do not live in 1980. This is not 1980. Oops. And so words like communist or socialist or whatever, they don't scare people the way that they used to. So this is the issue, folks. Yeah, and that's okay. So, but everybody that's in here will, if they did a daily heart me, they'll have a Dani tag, but they just won't have the extra part that shows as a super fan. Okay. So yeah, so Abdul Al Saeed has won, and I think that it's a big day. And so the question that I'm asking, right, is does this signal a shift for AIPAC and their impact on elections in the United States of America? Does this signal a shift for the Democratic Party? And does this signal a shift for the American people, right? Yeah, Kathy, that's what I said. It has been produced. It's out. I own it. It's available. They just do not have streaming rights here. It's available all around the world, just not here. So these are the things that I want to talk about. And there were other wins, as we know, and Jeff just gave us a rundown on some of those. It's not that it's banned, Leah. I want to be clear. It's not that it's banned in the USA. They just were not granted streaming rights. And there's a big difference between those two things. It is not, I did not say it was banned in the USA. They were never granted streaming rights. So.
I have a question, if you don't mind me asking.
Sure, and then I'm going to go to Uncle Hippie and up the ladder.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just doing a little. Anyways, let me just have that question. Do you think they're going to make adjustments with this wave we see oncoming? Because I've already seen little tiny adjustments where they're letting their candidates criticize Israel and trying to sway moderates, people who are scared of like the Red Scare propaganda and words like communist and stuff like that. When they talk about like these further left candidates, or I would say properly left candidates, because the DNC is like center right. But like, do you think they'll make any adjustments, and what kind of adjustments would you see them making?
Yeah. So no, Merlot, it's not a ban at all. And I just want to be. Y'all know me. Words are important. Okay. They never got streaming rights, so it can't be live streamed. Period. That doesn't prevent me from owning it. I bought it. I own it. It's not available for purchase anymore on Vimeo, but I have it. No, candidates cannot say anything, lovely Ginger. That's not true. No, they can't. So if you all don't know how the parties work, whether it's the DNC or the RNC, if you are running and you are their chosen candidate, right? Abdul Al Saeed was not their candidate. Haley Stevens was. Haley Stevens was the candidate for the Democratic Party. And so
you're highly restricted, yeah.
Yeah, so they absolutely do have a say in how your campaign is run and what you do say and what you don't say. Yeah, so absolutely, Andrea, I can't speak. I don't live in Canada. I don't know. But I think it's really important for people to know that it is a big deal. And yeah. So yeah, if you want their money, you play their game the way, right? And so me, you're wrong. Obama didn't have ads in Michigan, so blocked. All right. So next, let me just say this. I got to mute you, Dujin. You have background noise. Okay. So in addition to to answer your question, Do I believe that there is a shift that's going to take place in the Democratic Party? For some, and for some there won't be. I think that what you're going to see is very similar to what you've seen in the Republican Party, but in a different way, and for the betterment of the working class people. So I think that there will be some folks in the Democratic Party that shift their position, whether that's because they truly have a change of heart or whether that's because they desire to stay in power. I'm not really sure, but it's to me, and y'all know me, I'm not Miss Cleo. I don't know what the fuck everybody's going to do. And I don't pretend to think that I know what everybody's going to do. But I really, child.
And just to piggyback off what you said, when somebody in the comments said, "Oh, they can say whatever they want," no, that what they say in front of people comes in the form of consultants. They go back to their team. The team tells them, "Hey, we're consultants. You hired us. We represent this interest," or and they tell them, "Hey, you can't say this. Polls say you shouldn't say this," and that's basically. You can't say this because they give them all this previous polls and evidence of things they shouldn't say and what won last time. That's why Haley Stevens came out like super hardcore moderate. That's why things take so long to change, because they go based on previous information, and they have to play a lot of catch up when they're losing and stuff like that. And then plus they just have all the money.
Guys, let me be clear about something, okay? Any film that is produced in another country in a foreign country has to go through our process, our SEC, to determine if it can be bought or sold in this country, whether it can be streamed in this country. It is not banned. Stop saying that, please. They were denied streaming rights. Please say that. Please use the right verbiage. They were not granted streaming rights. And I have also said for a long time that in 2023 and in 2024, got you, Dujan. In 2023 and in 2024, one of the reasons that I kind of speculated, but it's not but that's my thing, Leah. It's not doing that without doing that. It's not. And it is super important, because this is not the only film. And this is my opinion right here. Okay. This is my opinion. This part is one of the reasons I believe that they didn't give streaming rights at the time is because the filmmaker gave everything, the A roll, the B roll, the whatever roll that he had, he gave it all to Congress and to the folks that were doing the investigations. And what I believe is that much of that is probably going to end up in court cases, right? That's what I think. And so I believe that a lot of it is relevant to the court cases and would be used as evidence. And so the problem that I think happened, in my opinion, is that Merrick Garland took too fucking long to bring these charges and to go about doing the work that needed to be done. And that's why, it was right up to the end. Now, at the same time, the American people didn't do their job in 2024. Had the American people done their job, regardless of what Merrick Garland did, then Jack Smith would have been able to finish the prosecution of that case, and things would be very different today. But they didn't. 80 million of you stayed the fuck home for whatever reason, right? And so, so while there is a lot of blame to go around for where we are, the reality is I am less interested in where to place blame and more interested on where to take accountability and how we move things forward. That's the focus that I have, right? So there's that. So Uncle Hippie, good morning, and how are you? No, John, no. Elon had nothing to do with this. Go ahead, Uncle Hippie. I sent you an invite to unmute, Uncle Hippie.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to request up.
Okay, I got you. No worries. All right, so folks, there's a lot of you all that are in the request, and here's what I'm going to ask you to do. If you can please look down at the bottom of your TikTok screen. If your little people down there at the bottom are blue and pink, that means you have not requested up. If they are grayed out, that means that you have. So if they are gray and you did not intend to come on the panel, please let me know, and just remove yourself, right, so that you're not there. If they are blue and pink and you do want to come up here, then feel free to request. When I bring you up, please put yourself on mute until I can get to you. Okay? Perfect. Here we go. I'm just going to start clearing folks out because there's quite a few. And we'll just see who makes it and who doesn't. E-Casual. Good morning, and how are you?
Fine, and you?
I am fantastic. What would you like to share?
Being a former resident of Michigan, now living in the great state of Texas, I'm proud to see that the progression of the new Democrat blood that's coming in is refreshing to see. I tend to think that as a dependent, I tend to think that Republicans and Democrats, they do this K play with one another. That they in public, it's like wrestling. They go back and forth and tell the public what they want to hear. But in private, they're shaking hands, making deals, and enriching the upper class. In your opinion, what do you think that the Democratic Party has to do to keep these young new Democrats in the forefront, and to get them elected and to shift the diagram here as in terms of what we need to do as a country to better the whole, instead of just select classisms? Because I think that we're gonna have racism. We've always had racism, but I think what's been happening now is the argument of the haves and the have-nots, and the have-nots don't realize that the ones that do have, especially on the Republican side, don't care if they really don't have it.
Yeah, Jeff, I saw that you said that. Okay, so ask me. Sorry, I needed to put a link over here for folks. So,
no problem.
Ask me your question again. The last part. What do I think the Democratic Party needs to do?
Yeah, to strengthen their message, as in terms of being a party that's actually going to be the betterment of the people versus just the usual political rhetoric, as in terms of we're going to do this and don't actually deliver.
Yeah, so I think that it's not going to be just being able to say a thing, right? I believe that, and for those of you all who ask, my link tree is in my About section on YouTube as well. So here's my thing. I think that what the Democratic Party has ahead of them is a long road that is going to have to consist of them not making promises, but putting forth policy and actually introducing that policy in Congress and working to get those policies passed. I think people don't really give a shit about promises anymore. I think people want to see action, and the Democratic Party lately has not had enough action. And I think the Democratic Party is going to have to stop talking about the President of the United States so much. People are not interested in what the Democratic Party has to say about Donald Trump. people who are progressive already understand the problem that exists with the president of the United States, right?
Right.
And so what people are interested in is seeing them do things and make policy that actually works. And so for the person who said the Democratic Party is already doing that right now, here's what I would say to you. The Democratic Party is doing some things and not others. Okay? And I'm going to give you an example of what I mean. So I have not heard a single Democratic candidate stand up and tell everyone that if they have the majority in the House and in the Senate come next spring, they will reverse engineer the one big beautiful bill, and they will put back the things that have been stripped out by SNAP and Medicaid, and they will take the things that have been moved to the Department of Labor and put them back in the Department of Education. I've not heard the Democratic Party say, hey, listen, American people, all of you folks across the country, these horrible cuts that are coming because of the one big beautiful bill that are going to start in December of this year, we can negate the impact of that if you put us in power. If you give us the majority in Congress, we can undo the damage that they did just a year ago before too many people are harmed.
True.
They're not saying that. Nor are they saying to women across this country, hey, listen, every time we have introduced a measure to eliminate the 10-year requirement to ratify an amendment to the Constitution, Senate GOP has blocked it. Give us the majority. We will push that shit through because we will advance it and we will add the ERA to the Constitution. I don't hear Democrats saying that. I don't hear Democratic candidates telling women at a time when this government, when this administration is coming for your fucking rights, we will put the ERA in the Constitution finally after 50 fucking years. I don't hear them saying that.
Because here in Texas, it's like I feel sorry for any woman with race, color, and creed because Hot Wheels has him and his administration in the state of Texas have more or less eradicated everything when it comes to women's rights. And me being an educator, it concerns me because you have a lot of women down here who are lost and destitute to do things that are totally out of bounds as in terms of trying to have abortions, and most of them have it's either a case where they've been molested and or trying to prevent them dying while having birth. I mean, it's really gotten really crazy down here, and I'm not going to even talk about the new measurement they put in for marijuana usage. I mean, if you get caught with a gram, they're talking about $10,000 and a year or two in jail. It's just totally insane down here.
Right. Well, so we know that that's a playbook that's been played before, right?
True.
Yeah, it's a playbook that has been played before. And so this is my thing that I will say. So for the person who just asked me, if you don't know, let me ask you this, because a lot of you all are new to me. So all of you all that are new to me, if you are new to me and you don't know anything about Project for the People, please put a 1 in the chat for me so that I can kind of see where you are. Okay. Perfect. Love that. Michelle, no, you're not. Stop lying. Okay. All right. So listen, folks. Yeah. Don't say the rugs names because I'll get a restriction. When you name different types of lettuce and things like that. Yeah. What, baby? Yeah. Okay. All right. So listen. So here's the thing. So when somebody asks me, am I a strategist or whatever, here's what I will say is I developed a political strategy, not because I love how, get the one that's open. I developed a political strategy, not because I love political strategy or whatever, but because the direction that we are going. Okay, girl. Here. Hold on, y'all. This is going to get loud for a second. I got to open a bag. Here. There you go, girl. Okay. So what I kept hearing from a lot of people is, what do we do now? What do we do about the GOP? What do we do about the current POTUS? What do we do? And so at the beginning of this year, I took out Project for the People, and I took out Project 2025 and Project Esther, and I used those as an outline, as a template. And I wrote something called Project for the People. And what Project for the People did, so if you do not know this, there were 12 states in 2024 that we had margins of 10% or less. If you did not know that, now you do. So what I did was I reviewed the election data for all 12 of those states for the last 5 years worth of federal elections. And then I looked at every county in each of those states where there was also a margin of 10% or less. I'm going to show you what this looks like. And then if they had margins of 10% or less for the majority of the last 5 years worth of federal elections, then they made my list, right? So what that looks like, for example, in Michigan, is this. Michigan has 83 counties. 16 of them ended up in my list. You see that? So out of these 16 counties in Michigan, once I identified the counties, then I looked at how many people voted third party, what congressional districts they have in common, and then how many registered voters didn't vote in those counties. And it gives me information like this. So for example, in these 16 counties in the state of Michigan, there was an 80,000 vote difference for the whole. Michigan lost the election. Democrats lost Michigan by 80,000 votes in 2024. In these 16 counties, 47,000 people voted third party. In just 16, you could cut the deficit by 59%.
Yeah, because I see my former county, Oakland County, up there.
Yep. And then what you will also see is there was 1.1 registered voters that didn't vote in Michigan, 1.1 million. So if the Democratic Party and progressives wanted to get really serious about making a dent in Michigan, both for the midterms and 2028, these are the 16 counties you want to focus on, right? Now, House District 1, you know, this is Michigan's largest district geographically, right? It's also typically a red district. It has 15 total counties in it, but it also has portions of about another 5 counties. And it was 101,000 vote difference. Just 4 of these 16 counties are in this district. But in these 4 counties, 53,000 people either voted third party or were registered to vote and they didn't. That's 53% of what's needed to flip one of the reddest districts in Michigan. You can cut Michigan's reddest district by more than half with focusing on these 4 counties. And there's 15 full counties in this district. So I did that for Michigan, Wisconsin, Virginia, New Jersey, Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Minnesota, Arizona, New Hampshire, and New Mexico, right? I crunched the data for all of those states. Here's what North Carolina looks like, right? So in addition to that, though, I know that we live in a society where there's a ton of information. We live in a society where people are working 2 and 3 and 4 jobs, and it is hard to be able to kind of figure out how to do something. So the second part of Project for the People. So the first part is to get serious about winning elections. Okay. And so I wanted election data to be the foundation of that because people lie, numbers don't. Okay. The second part was I truly believe that this is the key for where we're going today and any other where in the future. And that is building connection in our communities by having conversations that matter. So we have people, we meet every other Thursday at 8 p.m. and we role play and we go over graphics and we have conversations And people go out door knocking and they talk to people at grocery stores or their community centers and their college campuses and their festivals. And somebody hosted a get together called Democracy and Donuts, and somebody else had caftans and cocktails. And they talk about this. But what I did was I wanted to give you all something to go on. So you used to live in Michigan. Do you remember what your congressional district was in Michigan?
No, but I'm not sure.
So pick one in Michigan. Pick any congressional district.
7.
7. Got it. So watch this, folks. This is what I also did. What's up, Abu Binks? So, folks, I also created a database full of resources for you. And so here is your state. I'm going to go to Michigan. I'm going to go to District 7. There's English and Spanish. We'll go English. And I'm going to show you that 17,000 children and adults are projected to lose their Medicaid because of the One Big Beautiful Bill, right, in that district. 15,000 children and adults are projected to lose some or all of their SNAP benefits, also because of that bill. 22,000 are also going to become uninsured because of the enhanced premium tax subsidies that expired. I also have statewide graphics, right? So if I go to the state information, I can show you where your data centers are by congressional district, how many are operational, planned, or under construction. I also will show you in Michigan how many people, this is specific for your Medicaid status, how many are enrolled on Medicaid, where do they live, how many births are covered by Medicaid. I also got your adults. 71% of the adults that are on Medicaid actually work in the state of Michigan. I can show you your poverty levels in the state of Michigan. I've done this for every state and every congressional district in the country. And in addition to that, and this is the part where it gets, here's the source links for every document I've created. So if you want to know where I got the data, click it and find it for yourself. That's there. And then second is potential legislations. And this is where you get to have some good, real impact. Go ahead.
Not to interrupt, but the information you just displayed, is that like in a link that you, because that's really resourceful. I mean, I commend you on the work that you've done, and I would like to share that and discuss with others, especially down here.
Okay, so yeah, there's a lot. Texas is in here too, and I'm going to share with everybody with that in just a second. So next, potential legislations. If you did not know that Hawaii passed a bill that limits the impact of Citizens United, now you know. It's called SB 2471. It's passed and signed into law. Okay?
Yes.
So what I did was in this Google Drive, that law is here along with the sample petition. And all you got to do is download the petition. There's 100 slots on it. Get 100 signatures. And then there's an Excel spreadsheet in here, a Google spreadsheet, where you can connect with everybody else that's in your state, that's in your county, because their first name is there, their email address is there, and the county and the state that they are in is there. So now people can build power. So if, for example, you live in North Carolina, where we have people in over 35 counties, North Carolina has 100 counties in the whole state. So all of a sudden you guys can collectively get together. And if each of you gets 100 signatures, that's thousands of people saying we want this bill in our state. And now your state legislature has to pay attention or get voted the fuck out. And then you send a copy of that to your local press, your state press, national press. And you say, listen, we've got 10,000 people in North Carolina because 100 of us got 100 signatures. And this is what we want done. Right. And our legislators aren't listening. And all of a sudden you have the makings of a movement. Now all of a sudden you can make something happen. And so I've got more graphics that I'm uploading this week. Like I said, we meet every other week. And there's also nationwide resources. There's a national resource for the poverty levels, the data centers. There's a flyer on No More Culture Wars. We're going to talk about real policy, U.S. poverty levels. They're all in here nationally as well. So here, this is what all of this looks like in real time. So then I bought a domain name. And this domain you can share with everybody. The domain is making, with an ing, making America truly great.com.
Okay.
And if you go to makingamericatrulygreat.com and you fill that form out, you'll get a link with access to the Google Drive. Do me a favor, share the content of the Google Drive, but not the Drive link itself. And the reason why is because when people, and I get excited, when people actually sign up and they register, I get to add stars and info to the map. Okay. And then it looks like this. We've only been at this for 4 months. Somebody else just signed up just now. So let me show you what the map looks like as of the end of July.
That's awesome.
So 48 states, 525 counties and growing as of July 26th. That's what it looks like.
All right.
So the idea is to, and this isn't just work that is just for the midterms. The idea, appreciate you, Jeff, is to build communities and connection with each other, because I believe in this. You can say, people can say whatever they want to say. I don't really care. If you're like, oh, you just sound woo-woo-y, and you just sound like, oh, you're so like, I don't know, hippie, believing in whatever. But here's what I really do believe. I believe that when we understand each other, we don't have to agree. I believe when we understand each other, we are less likely to hurt each other, which means we are less likely to support people and policies that will hurt each other. And we are more likely to find that common ground. So, yeah.
Thank you so very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you very much. So chat, if you are watching me on YouTube, Substack, Twitch, and Facebook, for whatever reason, I have lost access to the chat, so I cannot see your comments. Don't know what the fuck that is about. Yes, I can tell people where to find the merch, because look, I'm wearing a t-shirt. By the way, let me just tell y'all, when we did the t-shirts, Veronica does my merch for this. And so when they, because I didn't do this, my subscribers did this. Sandy, Veronica, they took this over and made a thing, right? And so there's t-shirts, there's tank tops, there's water bottles, right? There's tote bags, there's hats. But what's cool about this is, look, it has the QR code on the back. So a lot of times people will scan the QR code on the back because they're like, what the fuck is that about? And it's, yeah. And literally I've had people stop me and go, okay, so my mom's doctor was like, okay, so I got to ask, what's the Project for the People thing? And that's happened with a waitress. That's happened with ever. It's really great quality. Veronica does an amazing job. Papa, you know better than to spam my comments. What's wrong with you? Now you are muted. So anyway, yeah, there's that. So thank you for asking and giving me an opportunity to share with all the people. So love that. All right, folks, when I bring you up to the panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you, please. And we're going to continue to have the conversations that are important today. By the way, if you are watching me on Facebook, y'all know I'm all about talking about some ballot health and Eastman Chemical Company. And part of this live, I'm going to absolutely be talking about Eastman Chemical Company because it ties to this administration and some other things. So bear with me, it's coming. And yeah, thanks, Sue. All right, so folks, I'm opening up the door, putting some more people on the panel. If there's anybody on the panel that is ready to drop, let me know, and I will go ahead and put you back down in the comments.
Yeah, you can go ahead and drop me. I got a meeting to go to anyway.
Okay, got you. Appreciate you, friend. Sorry I snapped earlier. It wasn't at you.
Oh, I know. You're no worries. Don't worry. Trust me, I've been there, girl. Don't
I was like, oh my God, stop. So, love you, Duval.
Love you.
All right. Okay, so yeah, you're very welcome, eCasual. You're very welcome. All right, folks. So if you are in here and I am clicking the button to let you up and it's not bringing you up, yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that. You might just want to love that spider. Then you might need to just request again. All right. So I'm gonna go to Mike Higgins. Good morning, and how are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Living the dream.
Great day. I mean, I'm very happy about the fact that Abdul won in Michigan. It's a good example of the fact that money can't buy an election, even though they dropped almost $70 million. And I mean, it's also good that You know, the people of Michigan decided that they're not going to be bought and, you know, used for a foreign lobby. You know, I mean, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm hoping that, you know, they'll be able to build a coalition in Congress to fight for greater healthcare access. And Abdul is well positioned for that. And I think he's going to have a much easier time beating Mike Rogers than Haley Stevens. Because he's going to be, I think this is my opinion, right? I know, like, you know, I'm not a political analyst, but this is going to force Mike Rogers to have to defend Donald Trump's military conflict in Iran. It's going to force Mike Rogers to defend giving money to Israel. It's going to force Mike Rogers to defend his platform, what he had done in the past. That's almost virtually indefensible.
Yeah.
So a lot of the really lousy stuff that Mike Rogers has done is going to be pushed. He's going to be pushed into a position of having to defend all of that because, you know, in my personal opinion, Haley Stevens is a compromised candidate. She's got as much, you know, stuff that she's said that's in support of the war itself and of the genocide that took place in Gaza and the stuff that she's done with respect to the last couple of years. I mean, you know, the milquetoast response that she's given to Donald Trump. So it's good. I think he's going to have an easier time drawing that sharp contrast between him and Rogers.
Yeah. And one of the things that I will say, right, is Haley did say that if she lost and Abdul beat her, that she would support whatever candidate won the primary. So I will give her credit for that. And so hopefully she will do that. And so will everybody else in Michigan and all the establishment Dems and all of that. They will just rally behind him in order to get done what they need to get done. And I think the other thing that you're listening to him now speak, is he live now? Because I saw it, I was going to play it, but let me just see.
Let me get up.
Yeah, so let me just see. Sorry. Let me look and see. Is he live right now or not? Listen, I didn't choose that pic. The internet chose that pic. This was already a thing. So just so everybody knows, I did not do that to her. I did not do that to her face. I did not. I forget even why. I just Googled, and that's one of the pictures that came up, and so I just grabbed one. So
it's saying he's live, but it's a post from 9 hours ago, so I don't think it's accurate.
Right.
YouTube.
I don't think so either. But I'm just gonna look to see if maybe this is. I'll know here in just a second. All right, let's see. Whoops, hold on, guys.
In November.
Questions? Looking for locals. Go here.
Okay, thank you. Arlette Signs with CNN. This was a very tight race, perhaps closer than you had hoped or expected, about 15,000 votes right now between you and Haley Stevens. Does the fact that this was such a tight race make it more difficult for the Democratic Party to unite and also reach out to those swing voters who might be looking and seeing, well, Democrats couldn't even agree on their candidate here?
Well, I'd love to get others' perspective on this, but let me give you mine. You heard about the historic turnout. Sometimes, you know, intra-family squabbles are the biggest ones. But we all know that when we walk out the house, we stand united. And sometimes we got to have it out about the conversation about who we are and who we want to be. And I think I'll tell you that the things that unite us are so much bigger than the things that divide us. If anything, when you've got 500,000 more voters who came out to be a part of a process to pick a nominee, that means that their voices have been heard. And we're going to build a movement that reaches out to everybody. I know not everybody's going to agree with me on everything. That's not how this works. But I do know that they agree with me on the need to beat Mike Rogers and the need to hold Donald Trump accountable. and the need to provide people health care, and the need to address the affordability crisis that is making it so that all of us struggle simply because we want to pump gas or go to the grocery store, and the need to stop fighting stupid wars we should never be fighting. There is so much more we agree on. So I'm looking forward to unifying together. The Congresswoman and I, the Senator and I, we've had some great conversations about where we go from here, and we cannot wait to come together and win in November.
Okay, so those are the things that he said, and I love the fact that he equated. So this is one of the strongest things I think people can do, is to use examples. Oh, the chat is back, thank God. Don't know what happened, you guys. I lost all the chat for a minute, but good morning, Wilma. And Ella, good to see you guys over there. So one of the things that I am excited about is hearing him use regular examples. We all know what it's like. We might be in the house and have a drag down knockout fight with our siblings. But when we walk at that house, we are absolutely working together. We are absolutely combined and saying, absolutely not. The house is we might fight within the house, but that doesn't mean you can fight us either, right? One band, one sound on the same accord. And I think that this is a perfect example of that. And so that's like my optimistic view of it. And from my just like whatever it is these folks not dumb. The Democratic Party understands that change is happening, and they can either get on board or get the fuck out. Like that's the other part. So that's the other part that I think they see the writing on the wall, and they would be dumb not to get on board. So I would like to think that they are doing it for like all the right reasons, but whether they are or not, love that, Sarah, appreciate you. It doesn't matter. The end result is the end result.
I think the other thing is that that's really important to remember is that right now, like the American people do not want to be ignored. Like we've been going through this thing for decades, back from the 1960s until the present. They've always sold us this nonsense about the lesser of two evils, right? And I think the American people have said, look, we're literally at a point where, there are people graduating from college that can't get jobs. There are folks out there who are losing their jobs and can't find another one. And people cannot afford to survive. If you have a society that you have people who are not able to survive, cannot afford anything that they want to buy, and can't afford to buy a house, we're not going to be any better than some of these third world countries. And that's not the society that we want to create,
So I gotta talk about some of the things that you just said. Okay, so first, the third world countries would not be third world if we would mind our fucking business and stop taking all their resources and taking advantage of them, along with the Brits, along with the French, along with the Germans. Like if the Western world would stop fucking up third world countries, they would be in a much better position. And in some ways they are better off than we are in terms of their, in terms of how they treat each other. So I gotta say this, it's always interesting when we do the third world country things because they are third world because of us. So I needed to say that. And when I think about like where we are, we have gotten some things, right? Oh, crypto, that's just so much bullshit. If we don't do it, someone else will. That's like saying, oh, I'm going to unalive you because if I don't, someone else will. Like that just makes no sense. And by the way, for all of my Christian nationalists, please tell me where Jesus said, if I don't fuck somebody up, somebody else will. Like that's just the craziest shit ever. Stop it. Stop it. Stop using greed and bigotry to justify your colonization of people. Just stop. Y'all, it's the wildest thing I have seen. It's just crazy work to me. Like, where is that? What Bible are you reading? Crazy work. It's absolutely wild. Colonization is not a new word, Sheprock. If you've never heard it before, I blame that on your education, which is why we are here for you. And this is why we want fully funded education that is accurate even when it's uncomfortable. Just so you know, my friend. Yeah, colonization, not a new word. It's definitely not a new concept, but I'm here for you. I got you. I got you. It's wrong. Listen, colonization is as new a word for the left as communism is for the right. Yeah, it's about as much of a new catchphrase for the left as communism is for the right. Get the fuck out of here with that. Y'all are wild. Y'all are wild. Oh my gosh. Affordability is not a made-up word or a made-up thing. Colonizing is not a new catchphrase. It's literally part of history. And what's crazy is you all like the colonizing part because that's where you find your pride. And so when people actually accurately define what your colonization has looked like, right, then you have a problem with it. And it's crazy. Listen, I'm just going to tell you, when y'all talk about, this is our heritage. Okay, listen, your heritage is our collective history. So if you don't like the fact that your heritage includes chattel slavery and genocide, then don't brag about it and fly the fucking traitorous flag. Just saying, if you want to fly the flag and be proud of your heritage, then I'm going to tell you about the history that is your heritage. Period. So, whatever. And here's the thing. For the people that are just like, oh, I'm good with the history. Great. I don't care. I love it when you just tell me who you are. I love it when you tell me who you are. If you are proud to be a bigot, be proud to be a bigot. Now I know. I would much prefer that for you to sit in my face and act like, oh no, it's such a horrible thing that we did. Meanwhile, you will love everything about it. Listen, if you love it, then love it. It makes you easier to identify. Period. Like crazy work. The fuck is wrong with y'all right now? Ain't nobody got time for y'all. Kathleen, good morning and how are you? Kathleen, do you know you're on the panel? Yeah. Right, Elise, just make that shit simple for me. James, I see that you are back. And by the way, can we do the your people sold your own people? Actually, no. Do y'all really want to know what happened? I'm going to tell you what happened since y'all don't seem to know. I'm going to give you a little bit of history. So here's what happened. When the Catholic Church was trying to collect debt from European nations, those European nations decided they would go and they would try to find some seal pelts and some gold or some gold dust and shit that they could sell to the Catholic Church to get out of debt. Okay. And so when they got down to Africa and they were trying to find this gold, and Africa was like, bro, if you thought that there was gold here, we wouldn't be living like we live in, right? And so guess what happened? They actually kidnapped one of the chiefs of a tribe. Kidnapped. Okay. And he wasn't the only one, but they kidnapped him. And so when they brought him back, right, they figured that the other tribes, they would use him as leverage. And so what happened is the other tribes brought out 10 other people from the tribe and said, listen, you can pick from any of these. We need our chief back of this tribe. That's what happened, right? So listen, if y'all hadn't come kidnapping folks, nobody would have needed to make a deal to get their folks back. And then what you greedy motherfuckers figured out was that if you took those black folk back home, you could make more money off of them than you could sea pelts. So then, nope, I'm not. Not lies. It's just uncomfortable to you. So then y'all were like, oh, how can we convince the Catholic Church that it's okay for us to kidnap people? So then you went to the Catholic Church and you said, listen, We're baptizing them on the ship on the way back. We're saving them from their African religion, right? And we're baptizing them. And so the church said, oh, okay. Well, as long as we're saving their souls, we can kidnap them. That's fine. And there you go. The transatlantic slave trade. Look it up. And I'm going to give a plug to my friend Michael Harriet. If you would like, I'll make it easy for you. Just buy the book. It's called Black AF History. That's what it's called, Black AF History by Michael Harriet. Go ahead. So there you go. It's crazy work. When you say you were sold into slavery, listen, who the fuck was buying? White Europeans. White Europeans were such horrible people, they wanted to own other people. Let me say it again. White Europeans were so horrible at the core of who they were, they wanted to own other people. Ain't that some shit? It's a really great book, Amy. We read it here on Fridays. Oh, geez. Okay, anyway, welcome to the room. And for all of you all that are uncomfortable, that's okay, beloved. Just lean in. It'll ease in a minute. Okay, so James, I see that you are back. Would you like to join the panel? Yes, it's digital.
Yes. I wanted to find out, and please don't call me a bigot.
Now I won't call you one unless what you are. Hold on, listen. Let me say this. I will not call you a bigot unless the characteristics that you use are bigoted. So
okay, well, I'm not a bigot.
Well, we shall see. Go ahead.
Why are we seemingly inundated with so many new Middle Eastern candidates? When did that? It seems like, and I don't have a problem with them because of.
Then why are you asking?
I'm just wondering why all of a sudden.
You sound like white people, James, when they wanted.
Up all over the place.
What do you call inundated? What's inundated? How many is inundated to you?
Well, I mean, I'm just seeing them more often than not. I mean, I was for.
What do you mean more often than not? That's bullshit. Take a sample of how many people are running for office, and I want you to share me. I want you to tell me how many of them are of Middle Eastern descent.
Well, I guess because the popularity of the mayor in New York, and now this gentleman and Michigan, and then the young lady who has become very popular. What is her name? The young lady's been going around with Benny.
You tell me.
You know the young lady's been going around with.
No.
Come on, you know that.
No, I don't know who you're talking about. Are you talking about AOC?
Yes.
Wait. So let me just say this. First, Abdul El Said is not Middle Eastern. He's, I guess technically he's of Egyptian descent. Did you know that? Did you know that Egypt is in Africa? Did you know that Egypt is in Africa?
I didn't know exactly.
But Egypt is in Africa. We know that, right? Egypt is in Africa. We know that.
Okay, I didn't know he was from Egypt. I thought he was from the Middle East.
Right, because his name is Abdul.
Yeah, I guess that was my only clue.
Right. I'm just saying that might be a bigoted perspective. That would be like somebody thinking that because your name is Shaniqua. I'm just saying, James, that's kind of a bigoted thing to do.
With Shaniqua.
I'm just saying.
I just thought he was from the Middle East.
Okay, so actually he's from America. He was born in Rochester Hills, Michigan.
Okay.
His father is an Egyptian immigrant named Mohammed, and his mother, her name is Jackie from Michigan.
Okay.
So, and I think you named like two. So where's the inundated?
Well, I just seem to they become a group of individuals who are being very much accepted in our government and as people we're willing to vote for. That's all. And I don't have a problem with them being Democrats.
Well, but so listen, when you use the word inundated, sounds closely to like invaded by.
Okay, well,
and let me just also say this: AOC is Puerto Rican.
Is she?
She is.
Okay, I thought she was from the Middle East.
I don't know why. Her last name is Ocasio-Cortez.
Okay.
She's.
Now, where is she? Who does she represent?
What do you mean?
What area did she get voted in from?
She's in New York.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, but she also, so listen, her heritage includes Taino indigenous, African, Spanish, and Sephardic Jewish roots. She has all of that in her background because, you know, white people like to colonize and shit, but she has all of that in her heritage, but she is Puerto Rican.
But she seemingly is getting, I guess, criticized by the right for being somehow un-American.
Because she's melanated, James, and her last name is Ocasio-Cortez.
Okay, I mean, I wasn't doing that, but I just found it odd that she was born in Puerto Rico.
I am mad you don't know. So watch, we're going to do it together. Where was AOC born? The Bronx.
Okay, that's.
But she talks about that. She talks about being from the boogie down Bronx.
Okay, but why I ask that is because constantly the right is always trying to suggest that people are not American and are not.
But I think so I understand what the right may be saying. I think my question is why aren't you going to look up who these people are?
Well, I guess because they're not in my area, but I respect what she's doing, and I like radical people. I mean, I like people who bring in fire to the government.
I mean, so listen, whether she was born in the Bronx or Puerto Rico is part of the United States of America because colonizing and shit, right? So I think the question, so when you ask things like this, James, and there's a reason why you said, don't call me a bigot, because you knew you sound bigoted.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, because you knew what you were going to sound like asking that question. You knew.
It's just because I wanted to be educated about why all of a sudden people are seemingly. I don't have any fear. I don't have any reservations. If they were in my area, I would have voted for them just because they're Democrats. I just wanted to see when they talk about this new wave.
There is no new wave. There is no new wave. Do you know when AOC was elected?
I think she's been involved with federal politics for a while.
She has been in office for 8 years.
Okay, I didn't know it was 8.
Yeah, so damn near a decade. This is not some new influx, inundation of U.S. politics.
All right.
It's not what it is.
And once again, if people listen, you know, when the right talks about how this New York is going to be corrupted and messed up and all that foolishness, if the people voted for him, then that's what the people wanted. So therefore, the people know better than I know from Florida. So I appreciate it. And I've heard him talk, and I thought he talked like a very intellectual individual. So, I mean...
He should be. He's a damn doctor.
The right is the one who tries to vilify these people.
Yeah, but here you are asking about them people.
I mean, I just asked him to understand why it seems like I just want, in all honesty, I wonder why more people of color are not running for some of these offices.
They are people of color.
I didn't say that. I was just.
Are you referring to Black Americans?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then maybe go ask Black Americans why aren't more of them running.
And I don't have a problem with them running.
Because I think that more of them are. I think Isaiah Thomas ran. I think we've seen an increase in Black Americans running for office.
Okay.
Right.
That's what I want to see.
Yes, he voted for Kamala Harris.
Why are these people so?
Because James, so here's the thing. So listen.
I've never voted anything other than Democrat.
Right, but what it is you would be what most of us would call a and like you say out your mouth, you like radical people. I don't believe you.
I do like people who put our government feet to the fire.
Right. So that might be true, but I also believe. So listen, when we talk about this, James, right? And you and I have had several conversations at this point, right?
Yeah.
So your views with regarding women and sexual assault and all of those things, we've had a for real conversation about that. We've had a conversation about LGBTQ. No, he's not FBA, y'all. We know, like, we've had a conversation with you about transphobia and homophobia, right? I've had conversations with you even about immigration. And now we're having another conversation. Oh, thank you, Rise Above, for subscribing. And now we're having another conversation where you are asking a talking point that's from the right. And what I don't understand is why, if you hear this as a talking point from the right, you just don't go, that's bullshit, and just look up the background of those folks.
Well, the issue is not because I disapprove of them. If I was in that area, I would have voted for them. And I don't have my Dani is a dude from New York, right?
Yes.
Okay. I listen to his issue, and I approve of some of the things he wanted to do. And they're progressive, and I'm a socialist. I'm not full-fledged socialist, but I believe in some socialist.
You are capitalist as fuck. Hush your mouth, James.
I am capitalist.
Stop lying. You are not socialist. Stop it.
I believe in some socialists. I think some.
Stop.
That doesn't keep me from being a capitalist.
No.
I can be a capitalist and socialist.
James.
Why can't I be both of them?
Listen, no, because this one of these things is not like the other. No.
I'm a senior citizen, so I believe in Medicare, and I believe in
James, I have listened to you judge people and talk about that, people, your position, right, like, yeah, you weren't even a socialist in a past life. You might be on your way, like in 3 lives from now getting there, but you're not there today.
I can't believe you're saying that.
Well, I don't know why. Listen, James, I have listened to you talk about.
I don't have a problem with food stamps. I don't have a problem with feeding children. What are you saying?
So SNAP is not socialism. Listen. Okay, so no, this is what I tell. Okay, so let me try. Okay, so here it is, James. You're okay with helping people because you're part of the capitalism that doesn't need the help. So when you support things like SNAP, it makes you feel better about who you are as a person. We've had this conversation. This is why you go down and you get to volunteer at the soup kitchen and shit, because it makes you feel better. This is you believe in conditionally helping people, right? But not creating a society to where they don't need that help. And that's the difference. You believe in social programs that will help people, but you're not interested in changing the systems that create the conditions where those people need the help.
Well, I believe when you help them by educating them and helping them financially until they get on their feet. That's the way. That's being
right,
social.
because it's all on them. Listen, this is the difference, James, and you and I have talked about this, right? For you, if somebody doesn't take advantage of the opportunity, it's because they're lazy, or it's because they didn't do this. It can't ever be the system that has created this existence and the way that it works. For you, it is always the fault of the individual person.
Are we suggesting that people should remain where they are and never get to the point where they're self-sufficient?
No, we are suggesting that we should change the systems that create the positions that people are in. That's what we are suggesting.
But we want them to wage war on their financial or economic position by using the things we put in place to help them gravitate away from that.
James, listen. We put the things in place as a breadcrumb. So listen, okay, James. Okay, let me give you an example. So let's just say that I have developed this, and not AI saying it's a heated debate on socialism versus capitalism. I am mad at AI summary right now. This is not a heated conversation. I ain't got heated yet, but so follow me, James. This is the thing. Yours is a reactive approach, right? Yours is a response to someone's condition. And mine is a plan to change the systems that create the condition.
What system?
So I'm proactive. Poverty? You are reactive.
What system creates poverty?
What? I know you as a black man did not just sit up here and fucking ask me what system creates poverty. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Because I know you know better. I know you know better.
When a child is born, we provide kindergarten and a way for them to become educated.
And in all places, we don't provide transportation to that kindergarten. And in all places, we don't even fucking fully fund that education. We got kids right now that, do you know how much it costs me to get these 3 grandkids in school right now? Do you know how much? Do you know what? Here, hold on. I got you.
Are they in public school?
Yes, they are in public school. Yes. And I'm about to help your ass out, Mr. Retired Teacher. Hold on one second. I got you. Because you're not about to sit up here and act like you don't know better. Sometimes I think you just be up here because you are retired and you think this shit is fun.
No.
For real. Sometimes I think this is what you do for fun because you can't possibly be serious. Fun. Give me a second.
I am serious.
Hold on. I'm about to read. He always laughs, you guys. So
it keeps my cognitive thinking in place.
Well, feel free to do some homework and not just, I told you before, you don't do homework. You come to class unprepared every day on this app. And I need you to do some homework. And I'm dead ass when I say that. So I'm just going to read some school supplies lists for you all. Are you ready? Here we go. And I'm going to give you what was required. This is just Mila's list. This is just Mila, who was starting kindergarten. You ready? Here we go. Required supplies. Everything that I'm about to read was on her required list until I say requested. Got it? Required supplies. Headphones, wired that can plug into Chromebooks, no earbuds. A 4 8-pack of Crayola crowns, but prefer 8 packs, but 24 packs are okay. 18 small glue sticks for 1 kindergartner required. 18 small glue sticks, Elmer's brand preferred. 12 number 2 sharpened pencils. Ticonderoga is the brand that's preferred. 1 pack fat Crayola markers, classic colors, 8 or 10 count. 2 packs of Crayola colored pencils. 1 pair of scissors, Fiskar brands preferred. 1 book bag, large enough to hold folders, lunchbox, jacket, etc. No rolling book bags. 1 spill-proof refillable water bottle, preferably with a straw. Play-Doh, 4-pack, large size, damn it. Fine tip Black Expo dry erase markers, 8-pack. 4 boxes of tissues. 2 bottles of hand sanitizer, 8 ounces or larger, Purell or Germex preferred. 6 rolls of paper towels. 4 Clorox or Lysol wipes. 1 box of gallon-sized Ziploc bags, no zipper tops. 1 box of snack-sized Ziploc bags. 1 box of sandwich-sized Ziploc bags. 4 magic erasers. 2 red spiral notebooks. And now I'm going to the requested supplies. 1 package colored 8.5 by 11 copy paper. 1 package white or colored cardstock. 2 packs of baby wipes, Huggies/Pampers preferred. That is kindergarten. That is, I'm not done. I'm not done.
Okay.
Now, 4th grade, because this is Bella. Required 4 composition notebooks, 2 plastic folders with pocket and prongs, headphones/earbuds, not wireless. These must be kept at school. Coloring supplies, choose at least 1. Colored pencils, crayons, markers, 1 pack of thin, highlighted thin, Black Expo markers, 4-pack of 3x3 Post-it notes, big kid scissors, 2 boxes of sharpened number 2 pencils, pre-sharpened Ticonderoga are preferred. Glue sticks, a 12-pack, pencil pouch or box, 2 boxes of tissues, 1 pack of highlighters, clear Scotch tape. Also, if you're gifted and talented, this is public school. This is public school. 1 extra composition notebook, 2 plastic folders with pockets. Requested community supplies. A box of manila folders, a pack of pencil topper erasers, 1 pack of wide ruled notebook paper, 1 pack of disinfectant wipes, Clorox or Lysol, 1 pack of baby wipes, colored cardstock and or colored paper, 2 rolls of paper towels, 1 pack of gallon or quart size bags. That is 4th grade. And now I'm going to go to middle school. Give me a second, because this is what you think is socialism. This is your public school. This is your public school that you believe is socialism. I got you. So let me do this school supply list for you. Here's middle school. Homeroom, tissues, Clorox wipes, paper towels, 1 ream of color copy paper, any color. Corded earbuds, headphones, pencils, 3 big packs, damn it. Colored pencils, Crayola markers, dry erase markers ×6, notebook paper ×4 packs, a 2.5-inch binder, tab dividers with pockets. For ELA, Post-it notes, 1 pack of 5. Math, a TI 30X calculator. We have these at school, but you'll want one at home. Social studies, 1 blue, in all caps, 3 pronged folders with pockets. Science, 2 composition notebooks, not spiral, 1 green, 3 prongs with pockets. Post-it notes, 1 pack Ziploc bags, any size. Related arts, if you are in art, you need a sketchbook, blank paper, any brand, which by the way he is in. Any size, but 9 by 12 inches is recommended. A pack of pencils, number 2, or mechanical, disinfecting wipes, tissues, and for donations, empty egg cartons or old newspapers. If you are in computers, 3-prong folder with pockets, blue, yellow, red, or black, please. 1 pack of loose leaf notebook paper, 1 pack of pencils, wired headphones/earbuds. Facts class, which is family and consumer science, 3-prong folder with pockets, which he's in. Notebook paper, markers, colored pencils, highlighters, scissors, glue sticks, donations, tissue, any extra cotton blend fabrics, old bed sheets, tablecloths, hair ties, plastic baggies, plastic cups, Lysol, Clorox spray, dish soap, hand soap, PE, of course, sneakers, no Crocs or slides, headphones, Spanish, composition notebook, no spiral, 2 12-count packs of pencils, number 2, 4 dry erase markers, 1 pack of colored pencils, 1 pack of glue sticks, 1 pack of index cards, 1 ream of light colored paper, 1 corded earbuds, headphones, Clorox wipes, and tissues. And I didn't even go through all of them. And
provisions made for people who can't afford those things?
You know what? I don't know. And I'll tell you the reason why I don't know is because we have, so in order to make this happen, so I covered a lot. My daughter chipped in, my other daughter chipped in, my mom chipped in, my ex-husband chipped in. Like it literally took a village. Because just the fucking supplies, $500 for 3 children.
Well, here in Orlando, I know they have a store for parents who get things for free for providing for their class.
Yeah. So, but again, it's about what do those stores have? What do they not have? What's whatever. Right. And so anyway, the point that I'm making is you said we provide kindergarten. Yeah. And kindergarten expects all of that.
Yes.
Right. So, and that's before I get to the cost of book bags. That's before I get to the cost of clothes. Like, do you have any idea what it costs to get even 5 to 7 outfits for each child? And what's crazy is even at Old Navy, pants for Dominic, $22 on fucking sale. Shoes, holy crap, shoes, $50. And think about this, because Bella and Dom, they were both in physical therapy. They have an Achilles tendon that doesn't go all the way down. So I can't buy $15 damn shoes for them. They have to be decent shoes.
Right.
So even on sale, $50. Even on fucking sale. So do not talk to me about public schools being socialism, because it ain't a thing. And we do not fully fund our schools. We do not pay our educators. Like, that's not a thing. But yet y'all don't give a shit about for-profit prison systems and for-profit healthcare systems and everything else, or people buying their 5th, 6th, and 7th yacht. But you want to blame poor people because they're still poor. And then what do you do if you're a parent? What do you do if you're a parent and you can't do these things? And how does your kid, like, so do you want to set your kid up for being bullied and made fun of and all the other fucking things? Like, oh my God.
I think there are provisions in places that every year, they provide book bags and supplies at different places.
Not for everybody. No, they don't. And it's just horseshit. I am so tired of being said, well, listen, for anybody that can't make this shit happen, we'll give you some of whatever's the fuck left over. Can we just fully fund public education? I don't want to. Do you think that a 12-year-old boy wants to go to the free fucking handout store for his shit for middle school? No, it shouldn't even be a thing in the richest nation in the world. It's why we're so fucking far behind everybody else, because everyone else understands that children are an investment in the future of your country. This country is interested in getting our children into the fucking labor market as early as possible, and then having them never retire. See, that's the thing. This is why I said you're a capitalist. Because you were like, well, isn't there something to help the people that can't make that happen? Instead of just saying, can we just make this shit not happen? If we made it so that this didn't happen, we wouldn't need the fucking handout. Or hand up. Can we just fix the systems that are making working class people poor? And then you don't have to whine because they need help.
Hey James, you're a retired teacher, right?
Yes.
I have 3 teachers in my family. Do you agree with me? Because I think that teachers are woefully underpaid.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Because he was a damn teacher.
Do you also agree, like I do, that administrators and principals are highly overpaid?
I wouldn't say that.
Ask James his last position.
We can agree to disagree on that. But
ask James if he's ever been an administrator.
Here's my point, though.
No, I've never been.
Gotcha. Here's my point, though, to that. We both agree that teachers are underpaid. We both agree that teachers are underpaid.
Yes.
So, do you agree that it's fair to ask teachers to take money on their own dime to pay for school supplies for underprivileged children that aren't getting them? Because I know my aunt and uncle sink their entire income tax refund into buying school supplies for their classrooms because the school district isn't putting funding where it needs to be.
100%.
Well, I would say this. When I was in high schools, we were given checks or given money to buy the supplies that we needed.
What year was that?
Well, I left 2015.
Right. So you've been out of education for 11 years.
Yes.
Yeah. You have any idea? So 2015, that means you got out before the first Trump administration, yeah? And you damn sure not in under the second Trump administration, right?
Right.
Okay. So what I would recommend just going to ask educators how it's been for the last decade for them. And yes, y'all, and so was his mom. His mom was a teacher and so was he. But Jeff, you're exactly accurate. And I also want to ask if I can get a mod to allow me to empty my bladder and refill my water, that would be amazing. If I have a mod that can do that for me. And James, you got to hold on until I get back.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, and so let me tell y'all. So if you've been with me for a while, you know how much I value educators, a tremendous amount. So I am the person that when it's Teacher Appreciation Week, you get appreciated. When it's Christmas, you get appreciated. When it's not, end of the year, like designed bags, like boxes, like with gifts and notes of appreciation. Literally this year, when Mila started kindergarten, I sent a goodie bag. Last year, speech teacher, regular teacher, the aide in the room. Here is, I need you to know. And literally when she started kindergarten, I sent her pre-K teacher a message with her picture. She started kindergarten. Thank you for setting her up for this success and being so amazing. Yep. And we did gifts for bus drivers too, because they are part of the education system and how they get to school or how they get home from school. It is crazy. Yeah, man, listen. Thank you, Cam. I'm going to empty my bladder and get water. I'll be right back, you guys. Appreciate you, Howard and Gumps. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. No problem, Dani. Take your time. Hey, everyone. Welcome in. This is a good conversation, especially as talking about education. Especially appreciate you, James, for being here and continue to join, especially because education, obviously, we know we're going back to school. So this is a good topic to talk about today in Dani's Live. I see we have about 400,000 or so taps. So continue to tap and share out the live. Looks like we have just under 400 shares. So, hey everyone. I didn't even notice you guys were saying hey. So yeah, please share out the live, tap and share. We have about 600 people in the room. So if everyone could just go ahead and hit the share button, you can either share it out to friends that you have here on TikTok, or if you just hit the copy link button, that will share as well. One thing to note that on the screen, Dani has the Project for the People above Abdul's head. Many of you have already heard her discuss what Project for the People is, but you can find out more by going to her bio in her link tree. It should be the first or second link to kind of register and learn more about it. You can also go to makingamericatrullygreat.com to find out about it. And then one thing also for Project for the People, I know Veronica's mentioned it before, but there's a lot of merch for sale. So if you go to Dani's link tree, the merch links should all be in there. They're also in Dani's Discord. There's a lot of merch available for Project for the People, like t-shirts, sweaters, I think tank tops, mugs, tumblers, all that good stuff. So almost all the merch comes with QRs, so that when you're out and about wearing it, especially, then people can kind of be interested in Project for the People, scan your shirt or your sweater and find out more from there. So please go. Oh, yep, and Dani's wearing her shirt today. I wear mine all the time. I actually have a t-shirt that I bought from Veronica earlier in the summer. So now that we're moving into fall, I'll probably get a sweater or a hoodie so that I can be ready for fall and have something a little bit thicker than just a t-shirt. So just wanted to remind you all to do the Project for the People merch. because that is how we also spread the word, and it's an easy way. Especially if you're not really good at like talking with people. Sometimes people could just be scanning behind you in a grocery store. So, and sure, you can give them a quick little like, hey, this is what it's about. But you'll be surprised how many people you might just be at a gas station, a grocery store, at a park, and might just scan your shirt without even you knowing it. Not in a creepy way, but just without even realizing it. So it's also a great way if you're not someone who wants to share on social media. I don't tend to post a lot on social media because of work. So if you feel more comfortable, buy yourself the shirt or a mug or, you know, the hoodies. That way you can kind of be, you know, walking.
Tote bag.
Yeah, tote bag. Walking free advertisement for a project for the people, and it makes people curious, want to stop. And maybe they might not talk to you. They might just scan it and move on about their business, but at least it gets the word out.
T-shirt size 6X or 5X?
I think there's 5X.
Okay.
Monica is in the chat, so if there is 6X, I'm sure she will respond back. Yeah, people love their tote bags. I actually think I want a tote bag too. So I was just doing a little mod announce. Yeah, 5XL looks like.
So this is my little tote bag where I carry around things and keep it. So yeah, 100%.
I was just gonna add one thing, well, since I'm up here, if it's okay. But I just wanted to co-sign everything that Dani was sharing. I mean, a lot of the people in the chat are either parents, teachers of their own, but I myself can co-sign the list that Dani, but I just texted her on the side too, but that list is literally the same for my kindergartner. I mean, the headphones and all the supplies is pretty standard.
Yep.
And one thing, I mean, to know, and I mean, you probably know this, right, James? I mean, the list is getting long. It's because this list went from the teachers buying a lot of the stuff. I mean, the crayons and the glue sticks have always been on the parents, right? And the scissors. But I mean, having like the Sharpies and like the Ziploc bags and the paper towels.
Mila's not using no thin Expo mark. Like, what are we doing? And not 18 glue sticks.
I think we only needed 10, but I mean, I don't know.
Girl, that's how I ordered the box of 30 and they were out. The box of 30 was out. It was out everywhere. It was out Amazon. It was out Walmart. It was out everywhere. I hate Walmart. Literally. And so listen, I took everything I had, I divided it down the middle, and that's what each of the girls got. And I was like, y'all must be crazy.
Well, Dani, listen.
Teachers just have to pay for this stuff. I mean, teachers, I mean, you probably know this, right, James? And this is just I think you know what we're trying to say here, James, because that list is super long, and you're probably thinking, wow, that's longer than it used to be. But that's because you were probably buying some of this stuff. But the point is that it shouldn't be on the parents or the teachers. Right. It should be on the schools. We should have, for public schools, some of this should be government funded and should be provided to the classrooms, right? It shouldn't be on the teacher. I don't believe that it should be on the teacher to have to buy Expo markers and these Huggy wipes and paper towels and all this, but it also shouldn't be on the parents either, in my opinion. So it should be provided by the class. A lot of the classroom standard stuff should be provided by the district, which is funded by the state, right? So that's government funded, hence public school. It shouldn't be the teachers or the parents who have to provide all of that. But that's probably how it was when you were an educator. Weren't you having to buy all this stuff?
Let me hold on one second, James. Just a minute. Darling Nikki, you obviously can post because I'm reading your comment. So when you say yikes, I tend to be vocal on lives, never not allowed to post. You're posting. So I have no clue what you're talking about. Go ahead, James.
Let me just say this. And I say this from a point that I was in public school and went to college, then became a teacher and have been, been involved in public school all my life. Part of what has happened is society's decision to impress certain things on school.
Yeah, I don't know what you that.
You cut out for a second.
There were times when the school bought tennis shoes and football shoes for the football teams. But that was because the coach shoes didn't cost but $10 or $12.
We're not talking about tennis shoes for football.
No, but I'm trying to give you an instance where kids have changed. They want Nikes. They want $200 tennis shoes. Schools can't buy that anymore.
No,
So
we are not about to blame children. So we're not. No, and
they're the
no.
ones that want these things.
No.
So that's why.
No and no. First of all, it's not the whole fucking school that plays sports. That's number one, right? Nothing in my conversation was about somebody playing a sport and wanting.
What society is suggesting.
No.
No
and no. The conversation that we are having is about regular school supplies.
Okay, James.
Post-it notes.
James, I mean, when you were an educator, did you have to buy, as a teacher, were you buying Ziploc bags and Sharpies, all this?
That's what I'm saying. None of that stuff was required. I was always
Okay, so that makes sense. I mean, the high school lists are going to be a little bit different. I mean, they're not doing as many arts and crafts and stuff. So I understand that. But I understand you were a high school educator, but you were also in the industry, if you will. So you obviously had friends that were educators, or you had other people in your school district. So you were familiar that this was happening in school districts, right? That teachers had to always fund their classrooms, right? Like, this is not a new concept for you to understand, right? Right? And I mean, you could understand that it shouldn't be on the teachers, right? But you also can understand it shouldn't be on the parents either. Is that right?
I know high schools supply kids with iPads because of the things they're going to do. I mean, the schools are trying to.
No, stop. I can't.
You're saying that schools
schools have been doing things like Chromebooks since COVID. And if those things break, parents are responsible. Those things, the digital resources, which, by the way, are not great for education, studies are finding, but those things became part of what schools supplied for remote learning. That was not something that happened prior to that. I'm just being, and when we talk about, right, there's no decision either. There's no decision. Like, we don't get a voice as to whether or not I even want her to use a Chromebook at school.
No.
Right? But I have to provide the headphones for her to use it.
Yes.
Sure do. Right? I literally, I'm just not here with, I'm not here for it.
Did you see the Head Start? There was an article out this week about Head Start. And we already knew this because it was in Project 2025 and we've discussed it before, but I don't know the exact details, but I know that there was something new that occurred this week, specifically with Head Start. Annie, I wasn't sure if you read about that.
No, I haven't. And let me also just say this. I don't like how Google has integrated itself into our school system. So there's actually Google Class stuff. So like our teachers, their assignments, their grades, all of that stuff gets updated through Google. And
that gives you access to it, Dani.
No, I can have access through PowerSchool. I didn't tell the school they needed to make a deal with fucking Google, who sells our data every time I turn around. I didn't tell the school system, the public school system, to partner with a private company to give me access. I don't need Google to get access to my kid or to information. Who the fuck signed on for that?
Well, parents wanted immediate.
No, stop putting that on parents. Stop doing that.
Immediate access to
Stop
kids' grades.
doing that.
To have to put.
No, the school did not need your permission. Guys, they use Google Classroom. You do not get a choice one way or the other. That is where everything about your kids' stuff is stored. And call me crazy, but when I sit here and I know that there's an administration who is absolutely farming out information to the Department of Labor instead of the Department of Education, And I've got corporations that are using their AI and all of their information and selling your data and doing all of that shit. Fuck no, I don't trust these assholes. Absolutely not. And nobody asked us whether or not we wanted our kids' information given to Google. Nobody asked. And no, we don't get to opt out.
I don't think that grade information is given to anybody.
Bullshit, James. Would you like me to read the letter from the teacher? It literally said Google Classroom. It has everything in it. Everything. If they turn in an assignment late, how if they're marked absent, it's in Google Classroom.
And Google has all information.
It's called Google Classroom, James. Who do you think has access?
That don't mean that they have private access to it.
How would Google not have access to their own shit? Who do you think goes in to fix the software or do anything or design the classroom? Design it. Who do you think does it?
Yeah, but if you
Stop it. See, that's the Lord taking you out, James. I ain't even got to do it. That's the Lord showing up right now.
Yeah, you're cutting out, James, but...
Yeah, somebody tried to call me and I tried to punch it off.
James, I don't think you get it. I don't know if it's because
it's not
been a long time for you. I mean,
certainly I'm not as in it as I used to be, and so I'm not going to suggest to you. I just know that was the direction it was going in when I left. That all the information had to be accessible by parents quickly, immediately. I mean, so you went from having a couple of days to grade papers, to papers being graded immediately, so parents could access that information.
So Google has technical access to classroom data, Google Classroom data, because it hosts and processes the information on its servers for school accounts. Infrastructure management. Google stores and maintains all files, assignments, and grades on its cloud servers to run the application. School district administrators control the user access, the data logs, and the export settings. Student data inside Google Classroom is not allowed to be used for consumer profiling and advertising, or so they say. No, I don't trust them. So call me crazy, but no, I don't. So yeah.
Okay.
And so for me, here is what I believe is a huge issue with the United States of America. I want the United States of America to stop privatizing all of our core fucking functions. Stop outsourcing Google, our classroom needs, to Google and other corporations. Don't outsource the VA healthcare to private doctors. Hire more physicians, hire more doctors, hire more nurses, build more clinics for VA services. Do not fucking keep farming out programs that your people need as a society to private corporations so that they can make a shit ton of money off of tax dollars. I am tired of that, and that is exactly what the government is doing, this administration and all of them. And that is the problem. Stop privatizing fucking healthcare. Stop privatizing everything. That is what's wrong. You are feeding corporate greed at the expense of people.
You don't think that instead of the veterans having to always go directly to VA hospitals, that going to normal hospitals are a good thing?
No, I don't, and I'm a veteran. What I believe is that if we want more accessibility for veterans, we should hire people that work for the fucking VA. Especially because those private healthcare systems don't report all the information back to the VA. The VA clinic is not connected to Atrium or Novant or Cardinal Health or Vanderbilt or Duke University. Why are those things connected? They're not connected to each other. So why am I going to be seen? And then I got to worry. So do you know what's happened to me 3 separate times, James? 3 separate times when I've been sent outside the VA to get my care, I've then gotten a fucking bill. But the VA sent me there. You have a contract with the VA for my care. And then I got to argue because I'm not paying a fucking bill when the VA sent me to you. And then I got to work because now Atrium's, I don't even know what fucking healthcare system. Now I got to argue. I can remember bringing my daughter back home, looking online. So do you know how it works, James? Do you know that I've got to go to the VA website? Give you an example. And this specifically, thanks, Cam. I come back. I bring them back from a trip. I take my daughter back home. Where she lives, there's Atrium. So I look up to find like what urgent care is on the VA, whatever. I go there. I'm sick. I have a horrible strep throat, blah, 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 whatever. I get medication. They then send the prescription to a CVS. Not every CVS is in the VA network though. How about that? So a veteran can't just say, oh, CVS has a contract with the VA. Nope. Now I've got to figure out which fucking CVS is included under that umbrella in order for me to get my care. And then I've got to be able to figure out which one is what, like, no kidding. I am over it.
Danny, but I remember when I had to take I'm in Orlando, and I had to take my father all the way to Tampa to get into the VA hospital.
Great. Then guess what they should do? Guess what they should do? They should take the money that they are giving private corporations and build you a VA clinic and staff it.
We had VA clinics, but when he had to go to the hospital, I had to go all the way to Tampa.
And build a hospital. All the money that they're giving to private corporations, take that money, build you a VA hospital. The money that they are giving to private corporations can be built to put it into your system that already exists.
Well, they built one now, but I'm just talking about when they didn't have one. They built one.
But you're not talking about the overall issue that I'm talking about. You're not talking about the overall issue. Stop taking federal funding, thank you, Carla, and putting it into private corporations. Stop it. Put that money into federal facilities. Put that money into federal and government facilities and hire the people to staff them.
And I'm not against that. That's why I say I'm a socialist.
You are not.
I'm a capital and a socialist.
No, you're not. No, you're not, James. No, you're not. Listen, folks, veterans, just like anybody, can always go to a hospital for an emergency need, just like anybody else, right? And all you got to do when you go to the hospital and you're a veteran is within 3 days of being admitted to the hospital or going to the hospital, you contact the VA and you let them know and you give them all the information. That is not what I'm talking about. What I am talking about is you don't want to hire enough radiologists. You don't want to hire enough endocrinologists. You don't want to hire enough physicians at VA clinics to staff them appropriately so that veterans don't have to wait 6 months. So you'd rather just have a contract with an outside provider and then make them jump through the fucking hoops of community care to try to get an appointment on the outside and be seen, and then hope they get all the billing information correct. Because multiple times they don't. I am tired of the United States government taking funding that should be for the general public, for education and for healthcare, and they give it to private corporations and companies. I am tired of it. So, no, fully fund education. Fully fund education, period. And then oversee that funding, because that would be the other piece. Would you all like to know the states that rely the heaviest on federal funding for education? K through 12 aid, federal funding? It's Mississippi, South Dakota. Y'all are going to notice a theme here soon. Montana, Alaska, Arkansas, Kentucky, Arizona, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and North Carolina. And then you're going to notice, guess what? Listen to this. The states with the largest school systems, though, guess what states those are in? The states with the largest school systems, Michigan, Tennessee, Tennessee just has one. It's in Shelby County. North Carolina has 2, Texas, Alabama, and Pennsylvania. Ain't that something?
And it correlates to their educational ranking nationally as well.
Sure does.
What were you just saying about what did they have? What do those last ones?
They have some of the largest school systems by enrollment in the country. Among the 100, they are among the 100 largest school systems by enrollment.
So you have to use your remote to lower it toward the head.
Cotton, good morning. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
73 for TikTok purposes.
Love it. What would you like to share this morning?
What did you say? I'm just scrolling and I heard you say something about Shelby County. What do we got?
Oh, we were talking about Shelby County is among one of the 100 largest school systems by enrollment in the country.
Okay, I'll buy that.
Yeah, that was part of a conversation around education and fully funding education.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
And my taxes go to that Shelby County school system, which is ain't worth a damn.
Well, do you think that's Shelby County's school system that's not worth a damn, or would you say that that's the state of Tennessee?
Shelby County.
I beg to differ. Do you know what the state of Tennessee's education ranking is?
I beg to differ that the city revoked its charter on the city schools and now the county's running it.
So this is what I'm asking you. Do you know?
Have you ever quizzed a person in school in Shelby County? You'll find out how good it is.
I'm from Tennessee.
Where at?
I'm from Tennessee, and here's the question that I'm asking you, Cotton. Cotton.
Are you from Memphis?
Cotton. Hold on a moment.
Are you from Memphis?
Please don't talk. You're 73 years old, sir. Please don't be rude.
Are you from Memphis?
Please don't be rude. I'm gonna finish my question for you because the question is relevant.
My question is relevant too.
So the state is who dictates your education, your curriculum, your all the things. So when you look at your state results, right?
My state ain't worth a damn. Because Marsha Blackburn, Bill Haggerty are running it along with Bill Lee. They're Republicans when they're not Americans.
I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean.
What that's supposed to mean is you're a traitor if you orchestrate January 6th and anybody supporting him is a traitor. That's what that means.
Okay, got it. Okay, so here's the thing that I'm trying to kind of get us to. So when we talk about what Tennessee does, okay, hey, you guys, do not be rude in the fucking chat, folks. Do not be rude in the chat.
TikTok is the epitome of rude, dear. How long have you been on this thing?
A couple of years, and my chat knows that that's not how we get down. If you look at the top, there are 4 things that I require in this space. I require people to be respectful, to not use slurs of any kind, to not spam my comments, and don't type in all caps because I have people in my community that have visual disabilities, and all caps are reserved for those folks and my moderators. That's it. So I don't know what rooms you've been in on TikTok, but you've apparently never been in mine. And
you're an oasis in the desert.
That's what I've been told. So we do things differently in this space. So that's what's really important. And so we end up just taking care of people. So like, for example, what I saw was someone say something rude to you in the chat. And what I'm going to immediately say to them is we don't do that in this space. And if they're new here, they'll learn really quickly or they'll get muted and then kicked out.
That don't bother me, baby. I'm 73. I've been called a lot of things in my life. It don't bother me at all.
It doesn't, but for me, it has to do with the integrity of my room. Period. Right? Whether it bothers you or not is not relevant. It's just that. So here's part of the thing that I believe is part of our problem. The problem is that we have gotten to this place where we talk to people any kind of way, and it's just not the way that we should be showing up. And so whether it bothers me or not isn't material. What's important is that people are respectful and they show up in the way that we ought to show up as adults, right?
From his bully pulpit, Donald Trump caused that.
Well, I think that he exacerbated it, but I don't think that he caused it. I think that you can't cause people to act like something that they're not part of. You know what I mean? Like, if it's not in me, nobody's going to give me permission to be horrible and me just do it unless it's in me and I want to be that way, you know? And so one of the things that I think is incredibly important is, yes, I understand the problems that POTUS presents for the country. I understand. I know exactly, like what he is and how it has impacted the country, all of those things, right?
I like you.
Well, thank you, Cotton.
I didn't have nothing to do with it, but you're welcome.
But the other side of that is also putting the responsibility on us as people.
And Cotton is a breath of fresh air. I'm 66, Cotton, and I thank you for being 70 plus and you having a good brain on your shoulders.
Let me tell you something, man. I grew up in a neighborhood, they called it Hurt Village. You want to know why they called it Hurt Village? Because if you wasn't from there and you were there at night, you was going to get hurt.
Yeah. So
I grew up with all kinds of people. People are people. I don't give a damn what color, what religion. People are people. They want peace and they want to be happy and they want their children to succeed. That's everybody.
Most people, yeah. And that's one of the reasons why I have the space that I have. And it's one of the reasons why we do the work that we do in this space, right? Is because I think that we do agree on more than we disagree on, right? And so those are the conversation and the people that we are reaching and wanting to share space with, right? But I want to I will say this. One of the problems that Tennessee has when it comes to education is it is ranked as the worst state in the nation for spending on public school students from kindergarten through the 12th grade. And when you don't invest in your kids, right, then you get a horrible school system. And what a lot of people are now understanding is that charter schools, voucher schools, those things actually have taken federal funding away from our public school system. And we have to get that back. It's one of the things. So when you walked in the room, Cotton, one of the things that I was talking about is we have to stop taking government tax dollars, people's dollars, and giving it to private corporations instead of appropriately investing it in our communities with adequate oversight, right? And so that's part of the problem isn't, our public schools aren't doing well. Let's take even more money away from them and give it to charter schools or to private schools and voucher schools so that lower income families continue to suffer and suffer even worse, right? That's not the solution. And so we have to invest in our kids, in our systems, in our education systems, in our healthcare systems, in our VA systems, if we want those things to actually get better. And that's part of the problem is that we don't do that.
Baby, what you're talking about, and I apologize for calling you baby, that's just a figure of speech.
I know, thank you. Dani is preferable. Thank you.
What you're talking about is Donald Trump screwing this country every which way from loose. I knew he was, listen, when he orchestrated, can't nobody tell me what he said and what he didn't say. I saw it and heard it with my own ears and my own eyes. when he sat there and didn't lift a finger for 3 hours and let them people storm the Capitol. Then at the end, you remember how it ended? He made a video that said, "You have to go home now." And what he said was in the last is, "We love you and you're special."
Yep.
What kind of president tells rioters he loves them and they're special? And then what kind of president pardons them son of a bitches for a seditious conspiracy? Well, who does that? He's a damn traitor. That's all there is to it.
I agree.
And everything you're talking about stems from him. He don't give a damn about this country. He cares about his pocketbook, and that's it.
I agree. I will also say this. So let me ask you this, Cotton. Have you ever heard of a documentary called A Storm Foretold?
No, I'm not that smart. I don't watch those educational stuff. I like to stay dumb.
No, you don't. So here's the thing. So during the January 6th hearings, do you remember when they showed like clips of like movie footage? For example, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers meeting in the parking garage. Do you remember that? Okay. So here's what happened is from the end of 2018 through January of 2021, there was a documentary crew from he was a Dutch filmmaker. His name is Christoph, and they had unfettered access to Roger Stone for all that time, right? And what that filmmaker did, Christoph did, was he turned over all of that footage from the A roll, the B roll, and all of that, and he turned it over to the FBI and to Congress and all of that. And so that footage that you saw was from that film. Here's the thing, though: the United States of America refused to give him streaming rights so that people here could watch it. Hold on. So, but there was a small window of time where they were able to strike a deal with Vimeo and sell it. So I bought it, right? I bought it. And so I own it. So I get to watch it. But what you get to see in that documentary, I've watched it a bajillion times now, is you get to see Roger Stone talk about the fact that in 2020, they were quote unquote relaunching Stop the Steal. You get to see Roger Stone on the phone, like he's on the phone, and he is doing voice text messages saying, we're going to set up a signal chat. I'm looking for retired military, retired police, former police officers, anybody, doesn't matter what age. And he made this signal chat called FOS, which was Friends of Stone. And you get to see him orchestrate all of this on his end. And so I'm going to be showing it again. So because I can't stream it live, what I can do, though, is host a watch party. So, Cotton, if you want to watch that documentary, I'm showing it again this Friday in 2 days at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And in my bio here on TikTok, I have a Linktree link. The very first link in that link, well, no, it's a few links down, but it says Roger Stone documentary viewing, and it's free. I just offer it for free for people to be able to watch. So if you would like to watch it, you could do that.
I know all them people. I know all them snakes. Stone's one of them. I don't want to watch that.
I got you. Know. It's good information for people to see. This Friday at 8 p.m. And it's really, really, so here's the thing. It's one thing to know it. It's a different thing to see all the back endings. It's another thing to actually see Roger Stone on backstage with Matt Gaetz and hear them discussing Roger Stone needing a pardon for lying to Congress about Russia. Like when you see it, it's in real time, and it's crazy work. And I do not charge when I show people the thing, because I just believe that everybody should see it, but they just don't have streaming rights. So,
well, if you want people to get educated, what you need to do is get a documentary on Roy Cohn, the man that told Donald Trump everything he knows.
There's a documentary out there about Roy Cohn and his impact on Donald Trump. I think so. Cotton, here's my thing. I think that if we focus solely on Donald Trump, we miss the big picture on how to move us forward. Because there's going to come a day when he's not relevant and he's not part of it. And he doesn't. And so to me, I'm focused on the Senate and I'm focused on Congress. I think that that is our biggest opportunity for us to get the country to a stable place again and to begin building and correcting. And so, like, I think that's the most important focus that we have right now.
Dani, it all starts, and this last election should have proved it to everybody. It all starts with voting. When you vote one party, and our forefathers were pretty damn smart. They made a government that they tried the best they could to not let one party have all the power. There's a lot of checks and balances in our government, and that's what it's there for. When you vote Republican Supreme Court, Republican President, Republican Congress, you ain't got a prayer.
Right. So I want to show you something. So, because Cotton, you're a pretty smart dude, despite what you might say.
No, thank you.
Yeah. So let me tell you what.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you what I did. So I took a look, and in 2012, Cotton, in 2012, good gosh, in 2024, we had 12 states that had margins of 10% or less in the presidential election, right? And so then I looked at those 12 states and every county in those states that also had margins of 10% or less. But I didn't just look at it for 2024. I looked at it for the last 5 years. So let's just say you're in Michigan and there's been 7 federal elections in the last 5 years, right? Different races, Senate and Congress, presidential, whatever, Senate and House, I mean. And then I looked at those federal elections, and if that county had margins of 10% or less for the majority of those last 5 years, then I put them on a list, right? Like low hanging fruit kind of list. And I'll show you what it looks like, Cotton. So I did that for all 12 states. I looked at all 12 states, every county in each of those states, to create this database. And then we looked at like what to do with that information, and I'm going to show you. So let me show you right here. So then Cotton, right? So it gives me like a strategy. So in Michigan, let me come back to Michigan. That was North Carolina. So in Michigan, I ended up with 16 counties. Okay. Michigan has 83 counties. These are 16 of them that made my list. Okay. And then what I did was I looked at what house districts they share in common. And then I looked at how many of them voted third party and how many people were registered to vote in those counties and didn't vote. And so then it gives me a strategy moving forward. And so this is what the presidential strategy would look like in 2028. So Democrats lost Michigan by 80,000 votes in 2024. Well, in these 16 counties, 47 people voted third party. That's almost 60% of the deficit needed to flip the state of Michigan, right? And there were 1.1 registered voters, right, that didn't vote in Michigan in just these 16 counties, which is 1,400%, right? So if progressives wanted to really change things up in Michigan, they could do that by focusing heavily on these 16 counties, okay? This shows up in House districts too. So House District 1 in Michigan, 4 of these 16 counties are in House District 1. House District 1 has 15 counties in it total, plus parts of others. The deficit for that district was 101,000 votes. Well, voting third party or registered vote not voting is 53,000 people. That's 53% of what's needed to flip the largest county, right? So when you look at that, this gives us the beginning of a strategy on how do we vote and where do we target the voters? Like, what is the lowest hanging fruit? And then what I wanted to do is I wanted to give people information that because Wayne County didn't have a margin of 10% or less. That's why you didn't see Wayne County, Velvet. You only see the counties that had margins of 10% or less for the majority of the last 7 years. So then what I wanted to do, Cotton, was I wanted to give people information that was actionable, because a lot of people are working 9 to 5, 2, 3 jobs. They got kids in school. People have a lot of things going on. So how do we talk to people about the things that actually impact them, right? So I created a Google Drive for folks, and here's what's in it. So there are nationwide resources, potential legislations, an overview, and contact information, sources. So every document that I have in here that I'm going to show you, I have the links for them, right? Cotton is absolutely listening, Brahma. I don't know what you're talking about. So watch. If I go to Tennessee, Cotton, what congressional district are you in Tennessee?
The 9th.
So watch this. If I go to the 9th district, I can show you that 38,000 people in your district are projected to lose their TennCare by 2034 because of the One Big Beautiful Bill, and the coverage losses start December, right?
I'm in the district, Dani, that they that redlining stuff.
Yeah, they gerrymandered it, right?
Yeah, Steve Cohen ain't gonna be our representative no more.
Yep. And so look at this one. SNAP benefits, 29,000 children and adults are projected to lose some or all of their SNAP benefits. And then an additional 25,000 will become uninsured because of the premium tax subsidies that expired, right? So watch this. Also, I've got statewide graphics for Tennessee. I can show you where in your state you've actually got data centers. How many are there total? How many are operational? How many are planned? I can also show you in Tennessee what percentage, what number of your adults that are on Medicaid work. And in Tennessee, it's 68%, right? So people aren't just sitting around for free on Medicaid. I can show you the poverty levels in the state. Almost 1 million people.
Can I interrupt you a minute?
Yeah, 100%.
I got to run because the drugs are wearing off. But I'm going to tell you something. If I was 50 years younger, you'd be in trouble. You all right with me?
So let me give you something, Cotton. If you want access to this information, he dropped really quick. You want to go to makingamericatruly.great.com. That's where you go.
He was a breath of fresh air.
He's funny. He was cute. So, yeah. So the idea, folks. No, well, Brahma, you're wrong. He listened the entire time. Yeah, and he'll be back. So listen, folks. This is how you. This is how you do the work. And yeah, you bet he marched in the 70s. Probably so.
Please push the door open.
Yeah. So, and he absolutely listened. He's been here for a while. So yeah, so it matters. Folks, when I bring you to the panel, do me a favor, put yourself on mute. Yeah, so the graphics, Courtney, are for every state and every congressional district. You go to makingamericatruly.great.com. You can register and you will get a link with access to the information. If you're talking about the spreadsheet with the election data, no, because that's mine. Yeah, so really quickly, folks, because I don't know what all we got going on. And first of all, let me just say, y'all smashed 500,000 likes in 3 hours, which is insane. 3 or 4 hours, y'all are crushing the likes, so I appreciate that. Do not share the Google Drive itself. Share the information in the Google Drive and share. So here's my thing. I have not been contacted with any candidate by any candidates for help with their strategy or data. I've not been contacted by anybody, nor am I reaching out to them to offer the data and whatever, because that ain't my job. And to be quite frank, yeah. Well, no, Michelle, I didn't reach out to you. You're part of the community, right? So listen, y'all, they restricted my live for sharing the Google Drive. They said it's not original content, but it's my fucking content. So it is absolutely mine. And TikTok can kiss my ass. So, yeah, I knew they were going to do that. Give me 1 second. Yeah. So TikTok, since AI is listening, let me just go ahead and tell you really quickly. If I share my own, yeah, I did. They denied the appeal. No, it's not a first, Cam. They do it every time I share any other screen that's not me on it. If I share it for longer, and I knew I was pushing it by how long I was showing it to him, but yeah. Yeah, I got it. So yeah, no, it's not, because it is original content. It's my fucking content. And I'm simply sharing my screen to my own Google Drive. Thanks, Nicole. I appreciate it. So yeah, liking, sharing, gifting, all those things help right now because they restricted the live visibility. Yeah, I know. It's just, I know I'll do that. But it is what it is. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, Marky, 100%. Sure. Okay. So I want to, because I only have 20 minutes left, this part's important. And this is where, if you live in Northeast Tennessee, you want to pay attention. And even if you don't, you might want to pay attention. Okay. So you all know that I'm from Northeast Tennessee, and we have a company there called Eastman Chemical Company. And they are a global company worth, I don't know, $10-12 billion. If you were with me back in March, you may have heard me talk about the fact that according to ECHO, if you've never been to on the ECHO website, that is the environmental, the EPA's website, and you're able to look up different corporations, and you're able to see if they have any violations, whether it's for violating the Clean Air Act or the Clean Water Act or any of that. And you're able to see how many violations they've received over the months, and you're able to see how much they are fined as well. So in March of this year, I don't know if you guys remember this or not, but in March of this year, I talked about Eastman. And I need to show you really quickly what I said. So give me 1 second. I didn't realize that I closed it, but I did. So give me 1 second. So I'm going to show this on you guys' side so you can see it. So I'm going to share with you all now a post that I put up March 3rd of this year about Eastman. And here's what it said. Eastman Chemical Company has had non-compliance with the Clean Air Act in 11 out of the last 12 quarters. Of those quarters of non-compliance, Eastman had 10 quarters with significant violation. Quote unquote, significant violation. That's the terminology. The last violation, called a high priority violation, was on December the 22nd of 2025. For those of you guys who do not know, back home, Eastman Chemical Company literally sits on the Holston River. When shit happens in Eastman, the river is known to have a sheen on the river. Like you can see the plumes. It's not great. So listen to this. According to EPA's Enforcement and Compliance History Online, that's called ECHO database, Eastman has been polluting the air with higher levels of carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, mercury, and 1,4- some crazy name octane, total hazardous air pollutants, and volatile organic compounds at various times for years. Okay. So these things are listed on the Echo website, and the things that I've copied are the things that they say they've been putting out. Okay. Oh yeah, they've impacted Virginia, Texas. Yeah, their Texas plant just also had an issue too. They were sued. The Texas plant was sued by a woman who claimed they caused her cancer. Okay, but so listen to this. For these violations, Eastman has had 39 informal enforcement actions and 28 formal enforcement actions over the last 5 years. They were penalized $599,622 for all of those formal actions. Less than $600,000 for a $10 billion company for 28 formal enforcements. So listen, this is not a political thing. I need you to just hold on for me, Space Ranger Cindy. Eastman's been an issue for fucking years. And I'm not talking about different things, but this administration did do something that's unique. And so listen, their last Clean Water Act violation was on March 13th of 2025. And according to Echo, they've had 7 out of the last 10 quarters with non-compliance. Those resulted in 6 informal and 1 formal enforcement action, and they were penalized a whopping $6,864. So what I did when I posted this to Facebook on March the 3rd, I included the screenshots from Echo so that people could see this is what the government's website was doing. Now, here's what's interesting, folks. Remember, I said I posted this on March the 3rd of this year. Guess what Eastman Chemical Company did in April of this year? Are you ready? Eastman Chemical Company applied for, God, y'all are going to freak out when I tell y'all this. Okay, so listen, Eastman Chemical Company applied for an exemption. Give me 1 second. Where's my fucking tab? Hold on. I have a bajillion things up. And where did it go? That should not be up. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 sec, folks. There it is. So Eastman applied for a presidential air pollution exemption for its Kingsport, Tennessee site, the one that I posted about on March the 3rd. I am not saying I am the reason they applied for this pollution exemption in April of 2026. All I'm saying is on March the 3rd, I talked about on my lives and I made a couple of posts about Eastman and their violations on social media. And in April of 2026, they applied for a presidential air pollution exemption. Now, what's interesting is that the deadline to apply for a presidential air pollution exemption passed on March the 31st, 2025. So Eastman applied for this presidential air pollution exemption more than a year after the deadline had expired, and they were granted that exemption in July of this year. So July 23rd of 2026, Eastman was granted a temporary air pollution exemption by the Trump administration. When they were asked, the EPA was asked, they referred folks to the White House. The White House referred back to the EPA, and that's it. And so they got so let me just give it to you. The Trump administration announced last week that it granted more petrochemical facilities exemptions from complying with a federal policy that controls their toxic emissions. The presidential exemption means that Eastman does not have to comply with air pollution standards until 2029. I'm going to say it again. Eastman does not have to comply with air pollution standards until 2029 instead of 2027.
I don't know if you've looked at it yet, Dani, but there's a website called what was it, chemscore.chemsec.org that tracks the top 40 pollution offenders for chemical producers.
Yep.
I have to look at that for work. So, and it had, we're actually 10th in the AIPAC's green ranking. So we're on the other side. But yeah, it's got a list. It's got a laundry list that they've done from 2012.
On Eastman?
Yeah, on Eastman.
Yeah.
$31 million in total settlements, but most of that was from one settlement in 2016, right before POTUS took office, first term, and it was for $25 million. The rest were all small, like under $1 million settlements. So that just shows you how many separate incidents of bad behavior they've had.
Yes. There was one organization that did an in-depth review about employees that had ceased to be here while working at Eastman. And I'd have to find it again now, but because like when I heard about the presidential exemption, I said, wait. And then when they said, well, they applied a year after the deadline expired, I was like, well, when did it expire? And then I was like, wait, when did they apply? And then I was like, wait, when did I talk about their stuff? You live 3 miles from Eastman? One of my friends' backyard is the Holston River that is downstream from Eastman. Our region, if you know anything about our region, we have higher rates of cancer in our region and things like that. This is also the region that, this is also, are you neighbors? This is also the region that has a legal state-sanctioned medical monopoly. And I'll just tell you all, Mark Costa, the CEO of Eastman, is part of the Hole in the Wall gang, which are the prominent business leaders, community leaders, education leaders that collectively got together to get this medical monopoly created. And Eastman is ranked 9 in the top 100 water pollution offenders and 10 out of 100 for air pollution. Yeah, it's horrible. And I'm just going to tell you this is my feeling. I feel like people deal with it because they are so up until the state created Ballot Health, which is the country's largest medical monopoly. Eastman was the largest employer in the region. So they employ almost 6,000 people in the region. And they have some of the highest paying jobs in the region. So people, listen, there are things that y'all don't even want to know. I literally had a woman come to me when I was sitting outside on a public right of way protesting Ballot Health. And she came to me in the cover of darkness, and her husband works at Eastman. And she said, I can't tell my husband I came down here. She said, I follow you. So you have to understand, when I was doing this healthcare protest and I was sitting outside of Ballot Health, and I was posting, it's all I talked about was Ballot Health, and it's all I reported on, and it's all I did. Right. And so a lot of people back home were watching daily, and some people would comment in the comments. And they literally hired people to monitor my social media. I created jobs, y'all. And her husband had come back from break, and there was a Post-it note on his computer at work that said, "Tell your wife to stop watching Dani cook." Yep. What, baby? I'm fine. So I do know that folks back home, yeah, it was real. Y'all just have no idea. They hired a private eye to follow me around at one point in time. Sure did. We got his ass on video down at the protest, banging on the tarps around our canopies. Oh, I scared you, Titan. Sorry, baby. Yeah. It was a lot. It was a lot. It was a fucking lot. It was very crazy work. Did I win him over? I never talked to his ass. He was crazy. He literally, listen, the sheriff's deputy had to turn him away coming to one of my events. He came to a community forum that I had organized, and he had a huge, and I mean huge, walking stick that was over 5 feet tall with a camera in the top. And he showed up trying to get on stage at my event, and the sheriff's deputy that was standing at the bottom of the stairs said, "Absolutely not." And he said, "I have a paper for her." And he said, "Is it signed by a judge?" He said, I'm here to serve her. He said, "Is it signed by a judge? Show it to me. If it's signed by a judge, you can go on stage. If it ain't signed by a judge, you ain't going." And he didn't go because it wasn't signed by a judge. But yeah, no, one of the big dog law firms sent me stuff. Baker, if you're not familiar with Baker Donaldson, yeah, it's always fun when they send you a certified letter saying they're going to sue you. And then finally, when I got tired of being scared, I just went live one day and I said, "Great, you want to fucking sue me? Sue me. I've lost everything I own anyway. So be my guest. Go ahead and sue me, because if I have discovered all of this information without discovery, imagine what the fuck I'll find with it." And then they never sued. Hey, Alan. So anyway, I wanted to just share information for folks back home. I know that Johnson City Press and Times News told you about them being awarded it. Yes, baby. But I also know that their stories didn't give you the backstory about all of the quarters that they were out of compliance when it comes to air pollution and water pollution. Yeah, baby. You want noodles? Okay, I got you. The other thing that I will say is that yeah, good morning, Alan. I used to do that all the time. Yeah, people called me Aaron Brockovich quite a bit back then. I'm not Aaron Brockovich. She got rich and famous. I'm just kidding. But the reality is that it was a lot of cronyism and horrible things that happened, and it hurt people as a result. The creation of ballot health hurt people where I'm from. I think about people that I know for sure that were hurt. I think about Jeremiah Fields. I think about all of those things. It's not good. So it's all good. Anyway, y'all got me really emotional. Because it was a lot. So anyway, I gotta go. I have an appointment today. I'm actually gonna do my due diligence today and take care of me. I have not gone to my therapy appointments for about 3 weeks. And I need to do that today and take care of me. So I'm gonna do that. And I'm not sure if I'll be back today or not. If I'm not back today on this app or any of the apps, I will see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, maybe a little earlier. Maybe not. I don't have a few minutes. My appointment is in 4 minutes. I have not made a doctor's appointment for the cough yet, because I got to figure out how to make the schedule and get it in there. So, yeah, but I appreciate you guys hitting 500,000. All the new people, welcome. Hopefully you stay and come back. Love you, mean it, folks. Jeff, appreciate you as always. Yeah, Sandy, unless somebody is smashing out, it's not 6K to 600,000. What did she say? 6K to 70,000. Are you talking about followers? Got you. Yes. All right. Love y'all, mean it. I will see you all tomorrow. Appreciate you. I got to put Moodles on before I do therapy.